You can probably make one for Trace Elfin too. Like, as soon as he gets drafted, you can put it on, probably.
What are you saying, Mark?
You can keep, or you can make one or template one out for Trace Elfin.
Oh, okay.
As soon as like he gets drafted, what should be, 10 teams want him, so probably wait until as soon as he's drafted.
All right, let's get this all set up here. All right, I think we're live. I'm just going to get the thumbnail, everything fixed, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, I'm going to share the link in the WhatsApp so you guys can send it out. Oh, we already got people in the chat. Matt, you got all your followers in here. We got Jose saying big day. What up, big Matt K? And then we got your brother in here. Cheers, guys. Big day. Let's do it. I'm going to try to get some better music in the background here. That one was killing me. Lo-fi cafe. That should be good. Can you guys hear that? Perfect. Mark or Matt, who is better? Jose's already starting fights in here.
Well, it's kind of funny. We always had different styles. Like, he was a pure power guy, and I was more of like the tiki-taka.
What position did you play?
Well, it was kind of funny. At one point we were two center mids, so in a double pivot, and we were dubbed the Twin Towers because other two rub balls in the air. They're like, we're not going to win them anyway. Just don't even bother doing a long ball. But like Jason Buckner, I've played everywhere. It's kind of funny.
There you go. You're Mr. Versatile.
Yeah. Pure Dutch style.
All right. Danny, do you want to get Brad lined up? And then I'm going to post the link to the stream so that everyone has it, and then we'll be good to go.
Yep, I will contact him right now. I'll just get him going.
Jose says 30-yard race. Who has their hamstring blow up first?
Probably both of us. We're like old guys now. I mean, my knee might blow out.
All right, we got this here, and then we're good. All right, Instagram is up. We are rolling. Oh, Eric's in here as well. Why does Kelkenberg look like he's sitting on the phone books?
I gotta look down to you, Eric, as always.
All right, let's get this off here. Should we start while we're waiting for Brad? Do you guys want to start going through, like, do you want to go through picks and stuff now, sort of the mock drafts and that sort of thing, or should we hold off?
We should hold off.
I think we should hold off as well.
I'm good with that. Just waiting on Coach to hit me back.
Mark, I think you're Mr. Popular in the chat right now. We got Eric now. Talking down to people has been the story of your life by default. That's true. How tall are you?
I'm 6'5".
Yeah, I was going to say.
How's my audio blind?
You're good from my end.
All right. I can hear you guys in the other room. We at least have a few.
We at least have one viewer. There we go. And I'm just getting X up as well, and then we are set. All right, what are our thoughts so far? How are we feeling? Everyone feeling good?
Dude, it's an exciting
There
day.
you
It's
go.
like Christmas is already
Very, yep.
Obviously the Christmas season starts right after Thanksgiving, but I mean, for soccer fans, this is like one of the most exciting events. I mean, obviously for us who cover the college game quite a bit. So, I mean, it's an easy time to wake up at 5:30 when you're this excited.
Oh, yeah, you were up early this morning. I forgot about that. All right, we got Brad coming in here, so let me get that set up.
Perfect.
And then we can, we're rolling here. Let me get this off here.
are you, Coach?
Hey, how's it going?
Going well. Can you see everyone? Can everyone can hear Coach Cole right now?
We got it. Coach Cole, how we doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
You excited for the draft?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how excited I can be. I don't think because you can't watch it, but
hey, that's
excited to see
why
where
we're
people go.
here.
But yeah, no, I am.
Danny, feel free to kick in. I know you're Mr. Interviewer, so we'll get you started rolling with the questions, and then I know I have some of my own insights to ask about.
No, of course. So first, Coach, thank you so much for wanting to come on. But and we did end up talking a little bit while, but I want to just rehash some of the things just so the viewers now could just get a sense of what the experience of Vermont men's soccer is like. I mean, I would go out on a limb. I've said this publicly before, and I'll say it again that the national championship win was the greatest moment in Vermont sports history. Having been the associate head coach of this team, what set this particular group apart from other teams in this country?
Yeah, I think we had a really strong togetherness in the group. I think all the guys, top to bottom, were just stars in their roles. Like from obviously the star players to then guys who were redshirting to guys who were injured to the managers to the trainer to just everyone put in a shift, and everyone had immense belief. That we were going to get it done if everyone just did their job. So I think a lot of credit goes to a lot of people that no one really knows about and hasn't heard their names yet, but I'm sure going to be stars for us in the future.
Question. And it's got to be bittersweet though too, knowing that this draft is coming up. However many of these guys having this team, seeing the success of these guys getting picked up in this draft to all of these fantastic MLS clubs, but knowing that they may not or may not be coming back to Vermont. I mean, describe this experience, what it's like seeing these guys get selected by these MLS teams, at least now.
No, it's super exciting. We're not in any way worried about, we're not worried about whether they're coming back, anything like that. This is just a really exciting opportunity. When we recruit players too, like we sell them a vision, and that vision includes a lot of team stuff, of course, but it also includes like developing them and helping them get to where they want to get to. So for us, it's like a program, and for coaches, like we just want to be a part of it. And at the end of the day, we know in college, right? Like it's 4 or 5 year max that you're going to be with guys. And it's exciting to see them go on to the next step in their lives. So it's only exciting, not worried about us whatsoever. It's just, I'm happy for them.
And so what I got to ask, at least while we're on this program, I've asked you before and I've heard the story in particular, but for everyone watching, walk me through your perspective of that golden goal to win the national championship. I know we've heard a little bit about it, but just
yeah, it's like a funny one because there's actually, a lot of times like you see a golden goal and maybe it comes off a set piece. You can't really, you can obviously see it coming a little bit. But with that goal, it was almost like 5-10 seconds of like, Zach won the ball in our third, and you kind of take a peek and you're like, oh, Maxi Kissel is 1v1 with the whole half, right? So you're like, oh, this could be good. And then the ball gets played, and like the second the ball gets played, you're like, oh, he's 1v1 on half field. Like Maxi's very quick. He's a lethal striker who is fresh. He has fresh legs. So kind of once you see that in our head, we're like, oh my goodness, he's going to score. Like, and then obviously the center back for Marshall went to ground, and then he's alone with the keeper. And it's just, like, to be fair to the goalie too, he was very close to saving it. Like he was scrambling really well. Like he's a good keeper. Like, but yeah, we there was about 5 seconds where we're just like holding each other on the bench, getting ready to celebrate. So it was a really special goal, and it's cool too. Like the 2 guys that scored for us were both guys who didn't start the game, and I think that goes back to guys just being really bought into like doing what they need within their role to get the job done.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Coach. That's all I've got to say. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Coach, button in real quick. I wanted to talk to you about, obviously, you guys made that tactical change going to the final. You started Ryan and have said of Marcel, and obviously Marcel came off the bench and had a huge impact. Ryan was unbelievable all night in that game, especially off the ball. So I'm curious, what was kind of that decision to make that tactical adjustment in the final?
Through a lot of the season, they were 2 players that would kind of dictate, like, if we played one, it meant we're playing a certain way or certain like system. So Going into the final, yeah, I don't know. Like normally, Rob, the head coach, and myself will chat about lineups and stuff, and we kind of knew tactically how we wanted to play, and then they were the two players that we were kind of the end of the conversation. It was like who's going to start out of those two, and normally I have like very strong opinion, and we'll keep going back and forth. But this time I was just like, Rob, like they're both going to get it done. So just you choose, man. It's a tough choice. That's why he's the head coach. You know what I mean? Like I don't have to make those tough ones, but yeah, like they both wanted to start. Obviously, Marcel wanted to start. He's good enough to start the game. Obviously, he'd started, I think, 4 of the 6 tournament games. Ryan started 2. So yeah, it was just kind of the decision that was made based on how we were going to play the game, and we knew that Marcel would come in, and he has a lot of quality, and obviously he got to show that.
Yeah, definitely seemed like it worked out well. So thank you. That's all I got.
Yeah, Brad,
Mark, if you want to jump in, I know you had a question, then I'll wrap things up.
Yeah, I definitely want to get a little bit broader about the Vermont soccer community. Like, I'm a huge USL League 2 guy. And obviously Vermont Green is one of the big teams, I think, in terms of popularity, especially in that region. So maybe a few words about the community you have there, and maybe some details for the broader audience on what's behind the scenes up there in the Green Mountains.
Yeah, I mean, so we share a facility. Like they rent our facility in the summer, so it's pretty cool. Obviously for us, like I grew up in Vermont, so it's cool for me. I get to go to the games, get to see our guys stick around, some of them in the summer, and play. They have immense community support. So does our team. In Vermont, it's a small state, and the community is really tight. We are very big believers in like producing our own food, protecting the environment around us. Like just the entire community like really rallies around things that are Vermont. Like my girlfriend lives here now. We met in Portland, Oregon, and the first time she came to visit and we went to the grocery store, it's like everything says made in Vermont on it. Like you can't buy things from out of the state. And she's like, this whole state's like a cult. Like what's going on here? So we kind of like just have that community. And then obviously with our team and the Vermont Green, like there's definitely a lot of momentum with soccer right now in Vermont, and I think we obviously capitalized on it at a good time when the people were looking at us, I guess. But it's a unique place. Obviously, it's home for me, but we don't have pro sports here. We're the only Division I team here. Vermont Green, being a semi-professional organization, I think it's semi-pro. I'm not really sure what they would classify themselves, but it's just really all eyes on us, and anyone who grows up in Vermont is a massive fan of the program, and this is seen as the pinnacle in the state. So, it's pretty cool in that regard.
I've got 2 questions to wrap up. I know we mentioned the final and sort of the community of Vermont as a whole, but can you talk me through like what point of the season were you like, okay, we have a chance here to do something great? I know you can kind of see sort of the team environment, how you guys are playing, especially in the preseason, getting into the first few games, but talk us through sort of the pathway as a whole. And then I have one last question to wrap things up.
Yeah, I think that it's funny, like in 2018, right? We recruited Max Murray, Zach Barrett, these guys. Maybe it was 2019, but it was before they arrived in 2020, obviously. And we told them, like, come here, we're going to win a national title. Like, that's why you should come here. Obviously, there's other reasons as far as it's a good school, it's a good place to spend your 4 years in college, blah, blah, blah. But we were like, we're going to win a national title, and you should come because of that. So this has been in the works. Like maybe a lot of teams say that, who knows? But like we've had the belief that we could do it. That belief has grown every year, obviously, through us hosting Villanova, then getting to the Elite 8. We lost to Nova, I think it was in 21, then getting to the Elite 8 in 22, 23, Sweet 16, and then this year the title. But the belief grew on through that. But what I'd say, like, so before the season started, right, we had the goal, win the regular season, the tournament, and the national title. And when we started our conference games, Mike Bleeker made a trophy, a replica trophy of the regular season on a plate. I think he might have snagged it from the dining hall or something. I don't even know. But he wrote in Sharpie like regular season champs. And we brought it with us everywhere we went, every film session. It was like under the TV type thing. Then we won. Then we shared it with UNH, right? Shared the outright title. Then he made the same thing in cardboard for the conference championship, right? We brought that with us everywhere. Then he made the same thing for the national championship. We brought it everywhere. So like for us, like it wasn't a surprise to be where we are. All that being said, if you do look back now, it's kind of unbelievable that we won all those games just because the teams we were playing are very good, and we had so much respect for them, and they're well coached and talented players, and they worked hard, and there weren't many weaknesses in a lot of the teams we beat. But for us, we knew every game, like for that one game, we could win for sure. We had 100% confidence, and then that added up into something special, obviously.
We've got one from the audience here. Jose asked, how do you repeat? What are the steps now from the staff point of view, from recruiting and so on to make it the double, go 2 years in a row?
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious. That's the goal. Right now I'm trying to enjoy this, relax a little bit. I think with recruiting, like it's been really hard with the portal opening like a month ago. So we've had communication with a lot of players, but for us, our singular focus was on winning the national championship and not taking our eye off the ball. So we're seeing who's still available. We'll get the players that are right for us, and we just got to get guys who want to compete and want to give it their all every day. And we'll coach the guys the same way. We'll be a new team, so we got to figure out little tweaks, little things, and the group that we have coming back is really strong. We have a lot of really, really good players returning, so we feel really quite confident about the group next year. But it's a work in progress as always throughout the spring, and we'll see where it ends up.
And the last one from me, how are you going to enjoy the off season now? Obviously, champs. I hear your dog in the background. I'm sure you want to take him for a walk or something, but
Are they being too loud?
Are you going on vacation, doing anything exciting? No, you're fine. You're fine.
That's fine. I'm going to Oregon on Sunday. I've just been hanging out with friends and alumni, and Burlington's a fun place to be right now. So we've just been having a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm going out to Oregon for a week with my girlfriend, and then we're going to Montreal for New Year's, and then back in the office and get ready to go.
One last one: snowboard or ski?
I am a skier. I don't ski a lot anymore, but yeah, I'm a skier.
Okay. There was no wrong answer for me. I know it's a cool answer.
Brad, I appreciate your time. Thank you again for coming on. And I'm looking forward to the draft, seeing where your guys place and just in general. It's gonna be exciting for you next few hours.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate what you guys are doing and shining the spotlight on college soccer, USL2, and I think it's awesome. So keep up the good work.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Yep. Take care.
All right. I know we have Jacob coming up soon, and then we've also got Travis. So we'll just kind of wait and see who's up first. I'm going to get things going up on here.
Yeah, Jacob's just returning back he was with DC United doing some charitable event for them. So he's on his way back as we speak. Should be a minute or two.
Look at that. Great guy. Great PR there.
Exactly.
You know what? I could say one thing really quickly about the recruit with Zach Barrett. That's exactly pretty much. I've done an interview with him, I think, back in the summer. I actually the way that I met him, I did work doing a little bit of broadcasting for a USL2 team, the Westchester Flames. They've been great to me for the past 3 summers. And then I filled in for a game for FC Motown, and that's where he was for USL2. And I talked with him. He looks a lot taller than 6'1". I'll tell you that, because I tell people I'm 6'1", and I think one of us is lying. But in any case, the kid, he told me, I asked him for an interview, and he said absolutely. And one of the things that was brought up was just saying, hey, look, a lot of people talk about winning national championship, and he said that he really believed it when he heard it from Vermont.
Yeah, another thing on them too, I think a lot of people overlook is like Maxwell Murray. Obviously, there's a decent chance he might get his name called tonight, but he played as a center forward last year for them. So I think it speaks volumes to just how much a lot of those guys buy in. And when I was at Bryan, he was a huge handful for us when we played them. So obviously had a fantastic year at center back, but I think that speaks volumes just about that group of players they had and how much they bought into that program.
Yeah, and the coaching as well. I mean, I think tying it back to the draft here, I mean, sometimes we always talk about, players will inevitably need to consider changing their position as they move to the next level. And the fact, I mean, going from center forward to center back and the coaching support to help that transition and make Max into, a viable prospect here is something that can be said about that program as well. So like any kid that's going in there should in theory know that their coaching is going to be strong, from the outside looking in.
I won't even lie to you guys. I thought the kid was a forward his entire life by the way that he plays. So it's just fantastic about the kind of way that ends up working out, and just the versatility. Again, how Mark, you were talking about just being just available to be able to make those kinds of changes, and just understanding, look, that's the kind of thing that allows for these teams to be successful. Without that change, I don't know where this team is at.
All right, we've got Jacob in now. Let me switch over here so we can bring him in. And we are pretty much right on time, which is great to hear.
How's it going? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Jacob?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, wow. Thank you for wanting to come on. I really appreciate the time.
Yeah, of course.
How was we heard you were doing some charity work or something. That's good PR for you. So we want to shout it out.
Yeah, we were over at the hospital with some of the rehab patients. So,
Cullen, I'm not sure if you want to start things off and then we can kind of get things rolling.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on again, Jacob. And obviously, starting off, obviously is a special day for a lot of players. They'll hear your name called, and you were in this spot last year, and you obviously pushed on and had a great season. But just kind of reflecting back a little bit now, what was that feeling for you last year, getting your name called, also by your hometown team?
Yeah, it was really exciting. I didn't know where I was going, so some players might have in mind of some teams that are interested. I had a few teams that I knew were interested in me, but I really had no idea where I was going to go and end up. So I found out maybe 30 seconds before my name was called. So it was just really exciting for me and for my family to be able to stay close to home. But just I think for my advice for the players, just to enjoy the day with their families and really celebrate, because it's a big achievement to get drafted.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt. And, obviously this is something we talked about a little bit in the past too, but I want to bring it up again of obviously you came in and got good minutes this year at the MLS level, and, that's considered quite a big jump from the college game to the MLS level. So how are you able to kind of manage that jump and kind of grow as the season went on as well?
Yeah, I think it's really hard, to be honest, at first, especially trying to acclimate to the level and the speed of play. It's tough, and it's really a mental battle. For me personally, a lot of things went really well this season, but there were also a lot of things that didn't go well. There were times when I had bad training sessions or bad weeks of training at a time, and then there was times where I had really great weeks of training. And so it's really just rolling with the punches and trying to stay as tough mentally as possible, because some of my best weeks of training, I wouldn't play on the weekend. And then some of my worst weeks of training, I would play on the weekend. So it's just, it's really tough. And mentally, sometimes you don't know what's going on and why you don't play or why you are playing. And, just trying to be as strong mentally as possible and staying the course, just trying to be consistent as possible.
Definitely, no doubt. Anyone else want to jump in here?
Yeah, we got a good question from Jose. Thoughts on the trade this morning means for the system? I know things change around a little bit, so I'm curious to get your perspective on that.
Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, for the trade this morning, Mitsui's obviously going to Atlanta, a little bit of a change in system now, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, Clicky was a great guy, and he was a leader in the locker room and someone who really welcomed me in. So we're going to miss him a lot here at DC. And I trust whatever we're doing in the front office. But other than that, I'd rather not speak on the trade.
No worries, understand.
If you guys don't mind, I'll add one thing really quickly. I was just talking about, you talked about just being in the right space of mind talking about these certain little, just going through the certain weeks of practice. And, Cullen and I both have talked to Logan Farrington, at least over the past 12 months, and, through his transition into the program. And he talked about something very similarly, just being, centered during this whole process, especially during that rookie year, making that jump. What do you think were some of the best ways that you've been able to go about just staying centered and, understanding that you need to just continue to put 100% in, even if you don't see the result?
Yeah, I think first of all, the locker room has been really good to me. The guys in our locker room are really, like, the older guys have really taken the younger guys under their wing. Last year we had like a really good split between, we had a lot of younger guys, but we also had some experienced older guys. But really everyone welcomed me in and just made me feel at home there. So that helps a lot. And then also just having my friends and family as a part of my life to support me and, believe in me and be there for me when things aren't going great, but then also support me and keep me humble when things do go well. So really that balance of family, but also the team was really good to me.
Well said. Thank you.
Yeah. So speaking for the players today that have yet to hear their name called, maybe for the fans around viewing you, maybe give us what it looks like, I guess, from the player's perspective as you're waiting to kind of see where you go, or, the emotions that you might be feeling, or any of these players might be feeling today.
Yeah, I think it's stressful for sure. I was able to get called pretty early on, which was fortunate on my end, but I had a really big party. I had about 40 people there at my party. So, watching with all my family and friends and hearing like everyone's name get called before me, it's like every name that gets picked, everyone kind of like takes like a gasp when they don't pick your name. So it's really understandable for a lot of guys, like especially guys who expect to be drafted today, to not hear their names right away. But I would just say that whether you get picked number 1 or whether you get picked in the 3rd round, you can have success in the league. And you can, one of my high school teammates, Andrew Privet, has broken into the league and done fantastic. And he was a 3rd round draft pick. So, I think even if you go undrafted, there's opportunities out there to be taken. And really, if you get drafted high, doesn't mean that you're for sure going to play and start right away or do well right away. And if you don't get drafted, it doesn't mean that you're completely out of the picture. So my advice would be work hard and stay consistent, stay true to who you are, not where you're drafted.
Yeah. And I think we'll talk about that note in further detail when we get closer to the actual like draft coverage. But, first year pro, any like last bits of advice for any of these guys as they approach preseason, or what it looks like, December 20th and going into preseason, how quick of a transition that is, and any tips of the trade, I guess, for
yeah. I mean, my biggest thing is just understand that it's not going to be easy going in. The first couple of weeks is going to be really tough, and be prepared for that mentally. Like, I think that's one of the biggest pieces of being a pro that differs from the college game, is the mental side of it is so much bigger. If you're confident in yourself, you got to go in confident, you got to believe in yourself, but also understand that you are a young guy and you are a rookie. So know your place. But then I would say to earn minutes throughout the season, that type of stuff, you have to do the stuff that no one else wants to do. So understanding set piece roles, understanding what other people's set piece roles are, defending hard, like these types of things that are not, you don't really get glory for, you have to do to be able to get minutes. So that's my biggest piece of advice for the guys, is understand that's going to be hard, and then also be willing to do the things that are going to get you on the field.
All right. And then last one, best memory from year 1.
Best memory. I would have to probably go with the goal that I scored. Just because all my family was in attendance. My best friends were there as well. We were at home against Philly. So there's that rivalry aspect to it. And then being able to celebrate with some of the fans, that was probably the most special moment for me.
Last one from me on the kind of memories train from your college days. I'm curious, what is like the biggest, obviously we speak of the differences between college and the pro game, pretty massive, but for you, looking back at college, what is the one thing that you miss?
I would just say like the friendships, like being in that setting with those guys, all guys, like, you're best friends with everybody on the team, and everyone is, in a certain age group where you guys all just get along so well. You guys are all on like the same paths. You guys all understand what each other are going through because of having, homework to do and all the travel, everything it is. I would say just the friendships that you make in college, and yeah, I don't necessarily miss like the academic piece of it, like having to study that type of stuff as much. But yeah, I would say the social aspect, being able to, have a lot of people who are your age around. That's probably the thing I miss the most. But I enjoy being pro. I think I'm happy with the decision I made.
Cullen, if you want to wrap things up here, and then we'll keep moving. Jacob, I appreciate your time. Thanks again.
Yeah, of course.
Jacob Murrell, man of the people.
All right, Cullen's having some stream issues. Oh, there we go. He's back.
Not really sure what happened, but yeah, honestly, again, thank you so much for coming on, Jacob. Look, I think you're a great example here for, guys that are looking to get their name called tonight, of just, a guy that gets an opportunity. Obviously, you're a first-round pick, so you got a big opportunity there. But, I mean, you did so much this year to take your opportunity, and you're put your career in a really good path moving forward. So really appreciate you coming on to take the time, on a big day for a lot of people hoping to make the next step in their journey here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just like want to thank you guys, because you guys do a great job covering, the college game. It's undercovered, and the guys in college don't get necessarily all the glory and all the accolades, I guess, from the media that they deserve. So what you guys are doing is great, and we really appreciate it as college players. So
yeah, we really appreciate that support as well. So thank you so much again.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, see you.
Take care. Enjoy the day.
Have a good one, Jacob. See you later.
Bye.
All right, we are doing incredible for time. So we've got what do we got here? We got one more guest coming up. Let me make sure we get everything organized here.
Great guests so far, though. Look, we've hit it. We've hit it with the first two.
There we go. That's what I like to see. All right, we've got Travis coming on in a little bit here from Top Drawer Soccer to give us some more insights from his point of view. I know he did some great articles on MLSsoccer.com. Let me drag him in here. Give me 1 second. Cullen, we good now with your stream? I saw you were having some little
Yeah, I don't know
issue.
what. Not really sure what happened. Like, it was about halfway through when he was speaking there. Like, my stopped recording and wanted me to restart it. So I was hoping I could get around it. But as soon as I tried to butt in, it kicked me out for a sec.
You're all good. You're back now. Okay, let's bring Travis in now. And then we'll keep things rolling here.
How are you, Mr. Clark?
Good. How's it going? It's a lot of people.
Going.
Travis, how's it going?
Good.
How's the day going so far? I think if we just start things off with who you are and kind of an overview on what you've been up to. I know the last few days with articles for MLSsoccer.com and so on, and then we'll get things rolling here.
Yeah, no, I run Top Drawer Soccer and cover the draft and youth stuff for MLS Soccer whenever they call me in. So been doing it for 15 years or so, running media stuff related to college games. So yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for having me on.
No, of course, it's good. I know it was kind of a last minute thing. We were chatting last night to get you all organized and everything. So it's good to have you here. I think, like you mentioned there, 15 years, you've done a lot of drafts. You've seen this kind of process play out. I'm curious this year, what are the major differences or things that stand out to you? Yeah,
I mean, obviously you're 1 or 2 years into the rule where anybody sophomore and up can be drafted. The Generation Adidas program, while taking a backseat, is actually bigger than it was last year or two. You got 4 guys coming out early, including 1 sophomore, which kind of bucks the trend, but makes sense if you're going to leave an Ivy League school to have a guaranteed deal lined up of some kind. So other than that, it's pretty similar. A lot of guys tied up, whether their homegrown rights are already owned by MLS teams or not owned, but held by MLS teams. And plenty of internationals, 23, 24-year-olds that you just kind of never know if they'll get a chance, if they'll hit, or if they'll just go undrafted and look for opportunities elsewhere. So, obviously you can look at the positions that's similar, maybe a striker here, a striker there, but your reliable guys are, your center backs, your outside backs, and maybe your like holding mid types. So it's kind of similar trends we've seen the past couple of years, and obviously looking way different than 15 years ago.
I want to get into, so you've mentioned some of the sort of the areas that we want to look for. I'm curious for you though, we have a section that we're going to do later on called sleeper picks. So just players that people aren't necessarily know about too much information on, and might squeeze into maybe the third round, second round, so on. I'm curious if you have anyone that people should keep an eye out on.
Yeah, you never know. It kind of depends on which coaches staffs I know well and have the reliability of actually sending guys to the next level. A couple of Washington guys and Chris Myers and Caden Buckley, center back, outside back types. Obviously, Buckley is potentially a center back. Myers is more of a left back. So those are two names that jump to mind immediately. Whenever I do mock drafts, you always got to have the Sounders picking up one of these guys. So it may not come to pass this year, but it's the joke I like to make because you look at, for some of these pro teams, you look at the available players, and if you get a better sense of guys that are at programs that are close by, they can get a long scout on them, and maybe they try to do that. I think when we're talking internationals and how you never know what's going to happen, maybe this is just a nice story or a funny story, but Marco Materazzi's kid is on the draft eligible list, center back from my alma mater, JMU. His coach swears by him. He's got the size. He's probably got, he's got some things he's got to prove at the next level. But, I don't know if you watch JMU, they're very good defensively this year. He missed some time this year too. That was part of the reason they couldn't make it. So, but again, it's always like an international guy. They could just scratch him off the list. They could take a look. Josiah Blanton, another guy there, left back, left center back type, and guys that could stick. They have the physical profile, and I feel like that is what a lot of teams kind of look at now: is this player big, strong, and fast enough to MLS, to compete in MLS physically? I wish it wasn't that way, but that's sort of the baseline of sense I get from looking at the way teams approach this. So, another name that I like, Tag Healy out of NC State, but he had these two huge forwards behind him, Hakeem Karamoko. The other guy's name escapes me, but brilliant player. If you watched the game against Georgetown or caught his highlights, he had great plays on both goals. But you hope a player like that gets a look from an MLS team. But I'm not going to hold my breath because you just, the eye test when you look at it, the athletic piece just might not be there. So he's a great soccer player, but can he do it at that just step up against grown men?
And one thing I'll say too about Take Healy, I mean, this is a kid, I've seen him play with Seacoast United, and this is someone who followed his head coach from UNH to NC State. And I mean, I don't know if there's something that you've picked up with, but just by having the conversations with him, this is someone who plays with every bit of emotion that it seems like he's packed up for a week, and he just puts it out onto the pitch. And that's something that has certainly been really attractive to me just by watching him. Yeah, no, he's a gamer. I was at the Georgetown NC State tournament game where they beat Georgetown at Georgetown. So, you could tell with the way the way he celebrated. So, he's a guy that comes to mind. But, the other piece to it is he's an attacking mid, and all this money MLS teams to build rosters, they spend on. So he's got to be able to shift out wide. Can he do that? He's not at points over the years, we've seen like 10s attacking mids shift out to the outside back. But he probably doesn't profile that way. So, those are just a few of the names. But again, it's like what it comes down to for these players is, do they make the right fit in terms of style? Do they get the opportunity, and do they run with that opportunity? Now, you're looking at a roster build. You're spending millions of dollars on these players. They get time and time again. They can fail. They cannot deliver. You put it on like a 22-year-old college player. He fails. He's probably done unless the team's like desperate. So I think that's a piece that, and then MLS Next Pro is a lower standard than college, I would argue. I don't know how much times you guys are watching that, but it's you saw some guys that got a lot of Next Pro minutes struggle at the start of the season. Now they adapted, they did better, but it's just an interesting piece that they're talking about Next Pro as a way to prepare guys for MLS, but we're kind of far away from that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to unmute here. There we go. We were discussing sort of the athletic build, and even this week I had a podcast with Mark, and we were discussing like what's sort of this player profile that MLS teams are looking for in general. So I'm curious from your perspective, like you mentioned, obviously the athletic profile being key to not necessarily get drafted, but succeed at this higher level. So I'm curious from your end, what as a general build of a player are we looking for? Are we looking for someone more technical, position type? I know the 10, obviously you're mentioning you have a lot of competition in that end. So I'm curious position wise and the actual build of the player. What are teams looking for here?
Yeah, I mean, if you're, again, it's kind of relative to position. So if you want a center back, they've got to be a certain height. They could be a great college center back at 6 feet. And like, I want to also, start that conversation by saying it's very reductive. And if a player is technically excellent or they're fast or strong enough, if they're an international, they're not playing in college soccer, right? They're not going to be here. And if they've hit a level already, they're not making it to college from an MLS academy. So I think the later bloomers, guys that maybe hit a growth spurt in the early 20s, that sort of a thing. I don't want to say there's a specific height because we've seen undersized center backs make it, but we also see them struggle. One name that jumps to mind, Boyd Okuonu from North Carolina several years ago. Really good player, U20 international, but he was a bit of a tweener. Right back, center back, kind of bounce between. Obviously, you want that big presence at the back. You want to be able to play on the turn, defend space. Depends on the system. Are you pressing high? Where's your back line sitting, right? You have to cover a ton of space behind, or do you sit deep, defend in 2 blocks of 4, and the game's in front of you? So that goes back to where the fit is, right? Like you have to be a crazier athlete if you need to cover space as a defender, and or just an outside back. You got to be able to keep up with or try to keep up with Messi, right? So like there's no way to quantify it. It depends on team to team, but we all watch MLS. It's a pretty physical game. If you're going to get pushed around and shoved off the ball, you can't. If you're not strong enough, right? You can be the most technical player in the world, but a lot of these players aren't making it to college game to begin with. So it's that standard, and then will you get that chance to adjust to that game as well, to the game?
I want to get last thing here. I want to get 2 picks from you. One, like Christian Roldan style player, where he's just a really within the league, a really world-class player for the league itself, where you're not getting that like overarching sort of international player that's going to be playing at World Cups and so on. So someone in that sort of tier, and then your second tier of a youngster, maybe in the younger age groups of a college player coming into the league that can still go on to, let's say, a European level or can be sold onwards. I'm curious if we can get one of each from your end.
Off the top of my head, that's a lot to ask for. So now I really have to filibuster, right? Because I don't think he's a sleeper per se, and I know he did. From what I hear, he wasn't great at the combine, but Alec Hughes, the UMass striker, he gets that profile, that build. I'll be curious to see what a Leo Moguer does out of Wake Forest. Deep lying midfielder. I've seen a lot of great possession-oriented midfielders at Wake Forest who aren't quite athletic enough to, hit at that next level. So I'm curious to see, does he get picked? He missed a lot of this season with injury. Does he get picked but then he just come back? I think that element to it is also interesting. We've yet to see a lot of the guys who were picked last year that ended up coming back to school. We've yet to see many, kind of see how that works out for these players. I know one player signed with the Timbers 2 deal, like a Zach Zengwe at Georgetown, from what I understand, is coming back to school. So, Nikola Djordjevic at SMU, the right back, I heard a lot of good things about him from coaches, and he's got a lot of that soccer piece that you're like, dude, this kid can play. He's a good right back. You press him as an outside back and he can progress, but you look at his frame and you're like, okay, how's that going to work? So he's somebody that I think I pick up. He's international, but most say the center back from Penn State, sophomore, probably gets picked, but maybe comes back to school. Those are some of the names that I think get picked up later in the draft. I really hope Alex Harris is a big hit. I think just because of his story, I know that there were D2 programs that turned him down. He goes to Cornell. Nobody expected what he did. So I'll be rooting for him. And I hope that the way he plays can translate to whatever team ends up picking him.
I can tell you I'm rooting for him too. Me and him have gone to the same school. I've seen him around. I get dinner with the kid in the dining hall. We're still young enough where they still give us a swipe. So definitely rooting for him on a personal note as well.
if anyone has any other questions for Travis, and then we'll keep moving things forward here. I know we have one from the chat. What are your thoughts on Bamford and Vukovic from Marshall?
Those
while we're waiting.
Yeah, no, the Marshall guys are always good soccer players. The international status that hangs over them is always just a question. I think Lineker probably has the best chance. Lineker Santos. I got word that he's getting a green card pretty soon. And he's got that goal scoring background that teams have looked at. But again, that doesn't mean he can do it against the higher level of defense that he's going to face. So, Marshall's done really well over the past few years, but we know their model, right? If you watch college soccer, it's one way to do it. And those international guys, like, you're going to go get a 19, 20, 21-year-old or a really established pro. You're not going to get a 22, 23-year-old guy with college experience. As good as those players are, and we've already seen one go on to make his debut in La Liga, like, the international spots are going to guys who have more professional backgrounds. So it'll be curious to see how that shakes out and see which. That doesn't mean they can't, right? Like, it'll be really interesting to see, and it's hard to project.
If we got any last words from anyone, if not, we'll keep things rolling here. All right, we're all good. Travis, thank you. I really appreciate your time for hopping on here, especially last minute, like I said. Best of luck. Enjoy the draft. I know we'll at least have the stream rolling here. And then, we'll see you soon.
All right, take care, guys. Thanks.
Have a good one.
Mr. Clark.
All right. Let's see. Travis, there we go. Perfect. He got it from his end. All right. Should we get rolling right into, what do you want to start with? I know, Mark, you want to go into mock drafts?
Yeah, we probably should, because we can probably talk almost at length. You're probably going to have to cut us off on a few of these guys. So, yeah.
All right. I'll get that.
First pick, we should probably get moving on it.
Let's do that here. In the meantime, while I'm getting this set up, if you guys just want to start discussing sort of your thought patterns going into the mock draft, kind of how you were approaching it, and then hopefully I can get this pulled up shortly here.
Yeah, I think one of the big points, and I think Jacob kind of alluded to it. So basically, I want to make sure a lot of the fans realize, because I saw a couple articles basically analyzing, the last year's draft class and how many minutes they played. And, I don't know how a lot of fans look at it, but people need to remember that this isn't like the NFL where you're drafting a number one quarterback who's expected to play every down of their rookie season. I think that there's a lot of guys in this whole process that it's not just going to be a quick hit. Like, it might be with some players, but it's just names to highlight for maybe like the next 2 or 3 years, because we've seen a lot of guys that people forget even went to college that are stalwarts of the league. So I think that's like one of the main things, just tailing off of the interviews that I wanted to mention. So I think that's how a lot of teams look at it as well. And that's maybe where I started, and I'll kick us off here. I think it was a coin flip, mixed perspective. I think the surprise, I guess, of Pop Marboy being draft eligible, because, as a freshman who was eligible, was going to have a GA, declined the league to go to Phoenix Rising. Still has to enter through the draft, but just based off of position and future upside, Manodua, obviously a lot of people have written about him being number one. It's definitely between those two.
Yeah, and I was obviously the one that went against this grain here. I think I took a perspective of, obviously, Pop My Boy did very well this year in the USL Championship. He achieved honors there as well. I think the fit, too, within San Diego, formation-wise, with Mikey Vargas coming in, and he was with the U23s with the the U20s. He went back and forth on a couple formations. They played a 3-4-3, and they got knocked out to Uruguay, but obviously been with the U.S. men's national team background. It was a 4-3-3. I thought Pop Marboy, obviously, when he was at Clemson, was that center back in a back three. And then, obviously, for Phoenix Rising, he was in a back four. So I thought just give a little more versatility, I thought. And also, I mean, the quality he has, that's why I thought San Diego might take a chance on him there.
Yeah, and then ultimately, just for why I ended up going with Monadua, these were the two that I was figuring out between going back and forth, and I ultimately picked up on Manu just because I figured that there were other guys later who could fit into this center back roles. I think the center back is just one of the most plentiful positions always in these kinds of settings with the MLS draft, and I actually have them taking a center back at number 9. We'll get into that a little bit later, but I think Monadua is just. I never really saw him coming, to be honest. But as soon as you see his film and just as watching this kid moving forward, I think he's someone that could definitely be pro ready, and especially coming from the area as well as San Diego, I wouldn't be surprised if they had his eye on him for a little while.
Mark, I know you're a big fan of the goalkeepers in this class, so we have a question here. What goalkeeper will get drafted? If you want to start off with that, and then we'll roll into the next picks here.
I mean, how much time you got? You'll at least see 10, I'm sure. Probably Trace Elfin, Lucas Burns, maybe Colin Welsh. Got a couple of the guys that I listed too, Eric Tamora and Mitch Butler. They're all pretty top keepers for this class. But yeah, shifting back, until I get my microphone, people have given me they've been saying that I'm quieter than the rest, so I need to get that sorted out. But I'm going to try to speak a little louder here. So even though I personally I love Hakeem Karamoko, honestly, I'd love to see him on the East Coast just so I can go to more games. But from this perspective, I mean, he's of the players who had their birthdays listed on the one spreadsheet for eligible players that I had. He's the youngest in the draft, and he has 2 years of college experience, and he's been a stud. All freshman team first year in his first season, followed it up this year with a pretty good season, contributing to one of the better seasons that they've had in recent memory. And, there's an aspect too that, will they look for kind of a similar style to Cade Cowell and kind of do a reboot? I mean, Hakeem is one of the most physical profiles that you'll see in college this year. So that might play a factor as well, even if, selfishly, again, I wish he would find a home on the East Coast.
Yeah. Danny, you can.
Sure. So I think with the second pick, I think I was just looking at who would be the most pro-ready right away. I mean, give me Michael Adedokun. I think he is the most complete prospect in this entire draft. I mean, we've seen him be able to take the left winger role, the cam role, which we talked a little bit about, just how, maybe being that cam isn't necessarily most conducive for success moving forward, but in just looking at Adedokun, I mean, he's really able to just operate, up front and, be able to take those shot making abilities, but also get to that end line and be able to create chances for his teammates. I saw him as a great pick here. I think he's someone that could be right on the first team.
Yeah, and as far as my perspective on Monadua, obviously I rated him as one of the top players in the class. I saw him very first 45 minutes when he played against Missouri State this year with Santa Barbara, and I thought he was an extremely special player. Has everything he needs to compete at the MLS level physically and on the ball. He has everything you want from 6. I think it's interesting. San Jose obviously are bringing in Bruce Arena. Jackson Yulee just departed as well. So I think he has the potential to come in and play right away. He's young enough and I think has the ability, but I think there will be opportunities to come in, and he's a player that would fit the double pivot that Bruce Arena has preferred over the most of his managerial career.
Mark, I know we had I'll pull this one up here, but I know we had Logan Dorsey, and I think he's in the sleeper picks, right?
Yeah, we'll get to him.
We'll leave it. Okay, we'll leave it for now, but stay tuned for that one.
Yeah, so for pick 3, Tate Johnson, I mean, I've heard that Berhalter highly values him. I mean, I think it makes sense too when you bring in Dylan Borso, 2 ACC guys, 2 freshmen that were really, the stars of that freshman class in the ACC. And I don't know how many people know this, but if Tate Johnson goes in the top 10, he'll follow in the footsteps of his father, who was drafted 7th overall back in, I think, 1997. He actually won a Supporter Shield and an MLS Cup with Kansas City. And so, he's grown up around it. He's grown up around probably a lot of these guys, just, seeing his dad play. But, well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'd have to look back at his actual birthday and everything and the playing careers. But, yeah, Tampa guy, he debuted, as a teenager with the Rowdies. He played a full season for the most part with Crown Legacy already. So he already knows like the environments. People even said like once he gets settled, he could be a U.S. and men's national team contender. So that's like all the reasons why I say he's got to go 3.
Yeah, based off that as well, I think, Mark mentioned the Berhalter connection to UNC, I think plays a part as well. Also, coincidentally enough, Andrew Gutman, who's one of the top college left backs to come out, and I'd say the recent 5, 6, 7 years, as a Chicago Fire guy as well. I think if you look at Gutman's tape in college, it's a little bit similar to Tate and a little bit, obviously, Gutman's a little bit bigger, but obviously very attacking minded. I think you look at the positions they're occupying, they're similar. So I think it makes sense there. And I think he also fits Berhalter's system and what he's kind of asked for his outside backs with his time he's in the U.S. national team well.
So I went against the grain on this one. I think, the only thing that really worries me about Tate, I know he's had this professional experience, but the physicality of MLS kind of scares me a little bit for him. With a 5'8" guy, I was a little lighter on that end, so I was a little worried just about that. And I'll take the time just really to talk up about Alex at this point. This is a kid that I've been around very a lot, at least over these past 2 years, and I've seen pretty much every game that this kid has played. He's got the ability to take shots. He's got the ability to be able to set up his other teammates. We've seen the production that he's had in the Ivy League. I think really the only question there may just be the kind of level of competition. What does that look like if he's in an ACC environment? But I think Alex is someone that I don't necessarily see being a 9. He very easily could go move out to that right wing or on the left wing. This is a kid who's you forget his footedness sometimes when you watch him. And I think this would be a good pick with Chicago, but again, for the reasons that were stated and the personal connections, Tate Johnson would be a great selection at this point. I just have my own personal worries, but regardless, I hope the best for him.
Well, I'll hold on my rebuttal when Tate gets picked, because I love the kid. I'll just say the man can definitely go into a challenge, and one of the guys I know is like, yeah, that dude's bomb proof. Like, he brings it all the time.
Good to hear it.
I know Travis will like that pick. He said he hoped Alex would do well. All right, let's go pick 4, Kansas City.
Yeah, so Mike Burns moves from New England to Kansas City to take over as a sporting director. He's had a lot of really good picks during his time with New England. I think that maintains today, taking the pre-signed senior deal, awarded Max Floriani. It's regional. They probably had him tabbed for, the better part of the season. I think, just everything he's able to do, very active feet in duels, trust his challenges. I can see him going there.
Yeah, as far as why I took Adudokun, I think you look at the structure of Sporting Kansas City's roster in recent years. I think some of their attacking players, which have taken up a decent amount of their payroll, I think haven't produced at the levels they expected. Obviously, Sporting Kansas City for the early part of the 2010s was one of the most dominant franchises in the league. I think Adudokun, as we spoke about, is probably arguably the most MLS-ready attacker in terms of what he provides. And I think, especially looking at some of the pieces they're losing when their attacking rotation this past year, I think the pick makes sense. It fills somewhat of a need. I think they also, as Mark mentioned there, Max Floriani would make a lot of sense. They've also, I'm sure, seen him quite a few times play this year, but I thought Adudokun would just maybe give him a little bit something different in attack, considering some of the pieces they're losing and everything like that.
And so here's ultimately where I had Pape, folding out. I think this you end up getting a kid as young as he is, even having a little bit of that professional experience. I think this is ultimately where he falls. I think this is as far as he falls, to be completely honest with you. And just being able to have anyone with that kind of professional experience, especially on the defensive line for Sporting KC, where they even if he ends up just being not even starting right away, this still is a valuable pick for him, not only to be able to move up in that professional environment, but also just someone who can perform in that level.
I'm going to jump in here quickly. We have some conversation over the Fire. So it looks like they only have one supplemental spot. Do you think that goes then to them potentially trading their pick, or like American Outlaws said here, him going to the Fire then? Because I know we had a few different options there for the Chicago Fire pick.
I'm just trying to read it real quick. I mean, they'd probably know better than me, to be honest. Like, I can definitely, I don't think that they trade away all their picks, but if they only have one real spot, then they're going to go get their guy, and they're already in a good spot to do it at 3. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the loan thing makes sense if they look for like an 04 and 05, some guy that they want to just keep tabs on, or they'll probably just draft rights and let him go back to college for another year.
All right, we were on. Yeah, we're good here.
Yeah, pick 5. Yeah, I mean, I don't just with like the upside to Alex Harris and what he can be or what he can develop into. I mean, I think he was close to the GA offer last year, if not for, the Ivy League strength. And a lot of scouts, I think, were saying, well, can he follow it up? And he did. And he, I think, outperformed the prior year. So, yeah, he's the real deal. I mean, Fox in the box who can strike from, anywhere around 20 yards. So good foot speed, good like overall awareness. He's a real handful to have to keep track of when he gets up to. He's a pretty quick kid, so one for probably the future for me. Again, like don't expect everybody on this list to literally step on the field and be a first team starter, but I mean, definitely keep tabs on him. He's a really great player, promising.
Yeah, and as far as my perspective here with Florini, I think similar to Marcus, Florini is maybe the most ready defender in the draft. I think you look at New England this past year, they gave up 74 goals, second most in the league. I think something that's interesting about Florini as well, obviously very good dueler, both in the air and on the ground. Also, he played in a back 3 for much of that season at St. Louis. So I think you saw him cover space, and I think that's something he was very much proficient in. On the ball, obviously, playing in a wide and a back 3. I think you saw him on a few different passing angles, but does well in holding zone. I think he can create angles for himself by dribbling out as well. And I mean, obviously, MLS games are a lot of times even more stretched than the college games. So I think he definitely looked the part, and I think he will have a very easy time coming in the league. And I think if he's available there, I think New England should take him.
Yeah, so Dean was the one that maybe was something that I really was high on the beginning of the year, his production that he had throughout the first half of the season. And then what I saw, it was really between me and Max at this pick. And you see that with Cullen and I trading picks with 5 and 6 at least. But, I think Dean is just someone who has been able to create that shot making ability. And similar to what Mark was talking about with Alex, I don't know if he's going to be able to go in right away and have that production as a first team guy. It might take him a little while just to be able to work out a few things with the Revs, and then they'll end up understanding the kind of player that they really end up having. And further on that point, I think he's someone that really can just be able to create his own shot anywhere inside that box, and that really is only going to be able to develop. He may even need the entire year. And this is just someone that I think really could develop at least throughout a next pro season. Hopefully being able to provide his worth there, be able to get that first team call up, and then, be able to provide a little bit more of an offensive attack for the Revolution.
All right. And then it's not a super sexy pick for 6, but I've just heard some rumblings around a potential trade. Luckily, fans, there should be, if this ends up materializing, there will be a player involved, but also GAM. And, when we looked at the published list of all the teams in top to bottom on how much general allocation money they had, you can kind of tell that if Nashville can profit off of their first pick, they will do so. I think they have some solid picks or prospects lined up for rounds 2 and 3. So the trade here, Michael Adedukin would be my, hypothesis on the team that is potentially going to accept that trade, the type of player that they would bring in. And I might just leave it at that. Who knows if it'll happen, but that's just kind of my hunch. Obviously, there's going to be trades in the first rounds, probably, especially in the top 10. So, I mean, all of this can get blown up in a moment anyway. So we'll just keep it there.
Some breaking news that I didn't expect here. It's going crazy in the chat right now, is that Party City just closed all their stores US wide. So none of the draftees will be able to get party supplies if that's what they're looking for.
I didn't know if that was serious. I'll be totally honest with you. I was like, oh, okay.
Gotta love Jose.
Jose's dropping bangers no matter what. I love it. All right, let's
I mean, we've covered.
Sorry, Danny, were you
pretty well? So
yeah,
if we want to.
Yeah, we can move things forward here. All right, there we go.
All right, I probably maybe just a sentence about Team Bolts. Yeah, I mean he was like super hot right off the bat. Really announced himself. Like I said, I mean, 7 goals in the first 4 games. It really highlights your name for the whole rest of the season. And I think that just wasn't it for the scouts. I think some of the soccer's MLS Next background kind of helped out too. Like people probably knew him a little bit before he went to Wisconsin, and I think that probably helped out his profile a little bit because, overall the program kind of struggled down the back stretch. But when you leave a lasting impression right off the bat, I mean, it's hard to get him out of your head. And then obviously he performed at the showcase or where it was decision time whether or not he would get a GA, and there you go.
Yeah, and then a quick sentence for me on why I went Harris with this pick. St. Louis new manager, obviously he's coming in. He's preferred a 2-striker setup over the course of his career. I actually profile Harris best as maybe a second striker in a 2-striker system. I think he can play out wide as well, but I think the shot volume is one of the biggest things with Harris. He will shoot from anywhere, and he creates his own shot well. So I think it kind of makes sense. I think it's a high upside pick, but in terms of kind of the tactical fit, I think that could be a good spot for him to go there.
Yeah, and something just to make my piece of this short too. I think Dean or Alex really would have been picked here if they were still available on my end. I just thought Hakeem Karamoka was someone, again, for the reasons that were mentioned, just of them wanting to be able to bring in, an additional 9 to be able to compete in a 2-forward set. Hakeem is someone that I think really could, provide that ability to be able to look at just moving forward even if it is a 2-team deal again. I mean, some of these guys, it may be very quick. We saw that with Malachi Jones, where he was with the twos for NYCFC, and then what he's been able to do, unfortunately, before the injury. But I see Karamoka being able to be a good selection here.
And then our first unanimous was Charlie Harper.
I was going to say that.
Yeah. So I think we can share the workload here. For me, I'll speak to maybe I personally think, and I've written about this, I think Charlie Harper has an international future with Australia. And, it fits kind of the profile of what the Rapids tend to look for. I think it's almost like, my theory is they look for college guys that have potential to represent their national team. Between Bombito, Stuart Baines got called up to the U20s. Wayne Frederick just got a call up to play against Saudi Arabia with Trinidad and Tobago. And then they still have Gunnar Stunoff, who was drafted last year. He's represented the Cayman Islands. He should be joining preseason. So that's like your number 9. And they just got tons of picks. So I know Cullen's got a lot of good stuff as well on him.
Yeah, I think, one of the biggest things when you watch the Rapids, and I think this is a big reason why Bombito had so much success there, is they require their back four, specifically their center backs, to cover a lot of space. And they play with a double pivot setup that I think, neither what we fit as the traditional 6 profile. They're much better off the ball than they are on the ball. I mean, I think this is something Mark and I managed to be agreed upon, but Charlie's an unbelievable athlete, probably the best center back athlete in this draft. So I think, and from that perspective, it makes sense. The Rapids also And their 2 starting center backs this past year are both over the age of 30. So I think the fit makes sense. And like you touched upon there, I think Charlie has a big future ahead of him, and I think that could warrant an international call-up at some point.
I just add one more thing on Charlie too. I mean, I've never really seen this kid be able to lose a header, and it's not like he's a 6'5", center back at being able to go up and get those balls. He's a 6'2" kid who's just been more than effective, really, for UNC. And Colorado certainly values these draft picks. I think they certainly see the value in Charlie as well.
Yeah, he had the second highest vertical in the showcase, and honestly, I just have this burning image of my head of him going into a header with Josh Jones, where he's just like 3 feet off the ground. I mean, definitely a solid athlete, and I think that fits. And we've talked about it before, Chad. The physical profile that you need to be like get that wow factor to you. I won't say too much about Pop.
I would say just before you go into that, can you tell the story of Charlie Harper's speed as well? I think that was pretty fascinating. Remember from Australia back in the day, his time?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, so growing up in Japan, I guess the story is that he's a track guy too. So he could run a 10-8, 100-meter dash, which obviously put him up there. Like when you translate that to kind of top speed. So I mean, it was funny. I was watching him, and I was one of my scouting reports. I said how fast he was, and his dad was like, not too many people notice that. So, and then that's when he told me about like the old days of the track. But yeah, I mean, if Pop, my boy, ends up getting a deal figured out, he'd potentially join his former teammate Hamady Diop, but obviously, it's a lot contingent on that the behind the scenes. So
yeah, and as far as I want Bjornsson here, I think there's a plethora of directions San Diego could go. For whatever it's worth, Bjornsson arguably scored his 2 best goals of the season when he was in San Diego when Duke were out there this year. But I think the physical profile, that's something we've talked about a lot during this time. I think Bjornsson's ball striking is top level. Also, he fits the physical profile that a lot of nines have had success, especially coming out of the college game. So he's definitely on the younger side, but he's done well during his time in college. So I think he's definitely a profile that I think could attract some interest from scouts here, and I think he could go in a spot like this.
All right, so hear me out on this one with Reed Fisher. This is a San Diego kid. I think he's the most pro-ready sophomore. I think he was redshirt sophomore, redshirt junior. So he's still a younger kid, born in 2004. San Diego, the way that I see this organization, this expansion team, you've got a lot of money to be able to throw around in a couple international spots. I think that money is going to be allocated to guys who are going to be your goal scorers. There is that right wing need that I think is still something that's circulating. That's what I played with a little bit with the San Diego pick, but I think they go a local kid in Reed Fisher. I think he learns on this back line. They haven't got a 2-team ready. They need someone who's ready to come in right now with a defensive line that is not yet fully formed out just yet. I think they end up using this pick on the local kid from San Diego, Reed Fisher.
All right. We are moving things along here. I know I saw Ethan in the chat, so we're bringing the boom to the next round here. Let's go picks 10, 11, and 12. There we go. I'm glad you guys joined in. This is the entertainment that you could not have got on Apple TV.
If that's on your
Mark, if you
card,
want to kick things off.
That's on your bingo card. There you go. I mean, it's kind of funny when we were getting prepared for this. I thought it was interesting how, for the most part, the cream rise to the top on the first 10 picks, but this is where we start to get a little bit more different. So with that Klitsch deal for DC, trying to trim down their salary budget, bringing in a guy who's probably, well, he's not like the oldest guy out there by any means, but he's definitely experienced. He's been a top performer in the WCC for a while. Like I think he's multiple or at least 2-time first teamer, highly regarded. I think he can fit in, and maybe they sign, somebody to kind of fill out that midfield, but he has a real shot, I think, in my opinion, to be a first teamer just based on like I think how he carries himself and just where he is as like the type of young players that feel like they have a professional presence about them. That's part of my opinion there.
Yeah, as far as I went Roberts here, I think Roberts is one of the biggest risers throughout this recent draft, Washington West Coast Conference Defender of the Year. And I think he fits the profile in a lot of ways of that versatility I think a lot of these teams are looking for going into the MLS. He's also a 3-year starter in college and 2003 birth year, so kind of in the middle side age-wise. But I think DC United also made a trade earlier in the week, so there is now potentially a need at left center back. But I think the versatility Roberts provides and also being left-footed, being able to maybe play left back, and I think in a lot of ways he would fit the profile, especially the modern-day left back there. So I think this is a spot he could go, but I think it's just something to highlight there that he's been one of the biggest risers throughout this process so far.
So I gave my 10th pick to Ian Pilcher, and ultimately what went into this decision was just, again, going for another kid that was ready to go right in. DC United doesn't have their second team, so they need someone to be, if they're going to look for someone in this draft, and they may end up just trying to find some of this GAM money, they may not even make this pick, but I see them being able to go with Pilcher, very athletic for his size, has the ability, has shown out in his conference, admittedly a smaller one, but I also wouldn't rule out other guys. His teammate Daniel Moore, also someone who very tall, very athletic, and is also an impact player. He would be someone that would come a little bit out of nowhere, but I do see Pilcher, just because he's been the leader of that defensive unit, just being a little bit more of a pick that looks right for DC.
Yeah, and best for them all up until the last game of the regular season. They were by far the best team defense in the country. So I like that. Roman Torres, he's from the Dallas area. Apparently, I mean, from his peers, based on some conversations that I had, they were a lot of the participants in the showcase were very impressed with Roman. And it's not like, I don't know if he was ever homegrown protected, but sometimes guys do go back to their home area club, and based on just how full their rosters are, maybe they can add him in just based on like how successful he's been over the year and in the showcase.
Yeah, adding on to that as well, that was something that I think I heard as well. Roman Torres, big risers throughout this process. I think you look at his recent past couple of years too. He was at Iowa Western Community College, famously made where Moises Bombito went. They also won the junior college national title this year. So obviously he's made a big jump in recent years. Went with Sparks here in a little bit of a different direction. He's actually, I think, more profiles as a midfielder. Maybe I think probably profiles best as a 10, but Dallas has made some interesting roster moves in the last couple of weeks that I think might open a need there. He's a local kid, but I think this could potentially fill a fit there. But I think there's numerous different directions they could go with that pick there.
So I went with another local kid around this Texas area, has had a little bit here and there. I know when I talked with him a little bit of a few conversations with Dallas and Houston, not recently, but as he was younger, going up through the system, ended up going to Notre Dame further up north. But this is a kid who grew up around the San Diego area, had U.S. youth national team call-ups and tryouts, and was in that system as well. It's where he ended up meeting a lot of the guys that he ended up teaming up with later with Notre Dame. This is someone that I also really see he could be someone that moves into a little bit of this wing back, or not even wing back, but as a fullback on this left or right side. I mean, I forget sometimes, very similarly with Harris, I forget what footedness that he is, because he really is just able to use both of them. Another leader for Notre Dame over the last few years, didn't have as successful of a campaign, which I think hurt him, which I think hurt the attention. But I think the buzz still very much is around for the local Texas kid for here.
All right, moving forward, let's do it. I have a question while we're switching slides here. What do you guys think on players going to the second team or the first team? What's sort of the defining factor from the first team, sort of the front office deciding, what do we think this player is capable of going right into a first team and really making a statement in the MLS? Or maybe we should just go on to MLS Next Pro and see, almost use it. Mark, I think you almost gave the example of like a trial where you have these 1+1 deals just to see it out.
Yeah, and I think an underappreciated, well, maybe not underappreciated, but an understated aspect of that is just what the budget actually is. Like some teams will exclusively be drafting for their next pro team just because it's like they could be a first team player, but we just don't have the money to allocate as for their salary. So inevitably they'll just have to be a next pro, even if it's it's not talent based or anything. Like some guys have signed first first team deals and spend all their time in next pro. Other guys, sign next pro deals specifically and then kind of spend a little bit in between, like they'll train with the first team and things like that. So, I mean, that's one of the aspects for me that a lot of people might not have automatically thought about, because these are some of the lower salaries that teams will be able to take on.
Kind of moving off that as well, I think some of it that an interesting factor I think people do think about, but maybe not that much, is some of these teams, some of these front offices have had a lot more success in recent years, and just even over the complexion of the MLS draft of drafting players than others. So I think some are more open to bringing players in, and I think also squad complexion is an interesting thing here. I think something that's often forgot about is that a lot of these MLS teams are right now in the middle of trying to find players to bring in for the upcoming season. Obviously, January transfer window will open up here soon, which will have an impact a little bit on the MLS clubs. So I think a lot of times, it can happen where a club is, maybe not looking to potentially bring in a player from the draft to the first team, but they don't sign a player they want or pick up an injury early in the year. So I think there's a lot of factors that are outside the player's control that I think a lot of people don't factor into these decisions.
Yeah, I think for the most part, a lot of what was said already beautifully by Mark and Cullen, but I would just like to call attention to a few of the like one team that comes to mind. Jelani Forbes last year was a second-round pick with Charlotte, and there's a kid that was able to go ahead and get that first team, or was able to go ahead and sign right away, I think, with a first-team deal, and just be able to be an impact player. And to be completely honest, I was shocked that he fell as far to the second round, because I thought he was a phenomenal winger with great pace, but I digress on that comment. But yeah, it's really going to come down to just the composition of these squads and how it'll shake out in the future.
Yeah, and shout out to Jelani. He's what a great guy. He's working his way back. He had such a great little stretch there in the middle of the season. I think he was like scoring pretty much a goal a game for like a 5 or a little bit, 4 goals out of 5 games. Yeah, definitely a promising guy.
I am just having some technical difficulties here trying to get this screen share up. Give me 1 second.
I mean, we can kind of like build off of I know we briefly kind of skipped over Austin FC. I mean, just based on their roster and everything, it looks like you got to find some guy who can at least add some center forward depth. And I think one of the best for me, just based on age and maybe some background, he was from the Girona youth level, but Sergi Solans, complete forward, Oregon State. I think he could definitely be, depending on where he goes, he could be a first team guy challenging for minutes. And then I'm assuming they're going to sign somebody to kind of to fill out the depleted attack of Austin.
Yeah, moving off Mark as well, I think they are going. It looks in all likelihood that like they might lean towards the forward. I think Barea fits the physical profile they've went with in recent years. Ricky Rubio is not the most tallest guy in the world. Barea is not the most tallest guy in the world. So I think in that sense, Barea might make sense there. But Solans is another guy that I think can easily go in that spot as well.
Yeah, so I ended up going with another center back at this position, really just for his versatility. I don't know where Reed Roberts fits in terms of just looking forward into an MLS system, but I did think that he was a great talent and shouldn't be, really looked over at this case. But moving forward, I do think that he's someone that even if you throw him in, he does have a good on-ball ability, so that could end up presenting a good little piece for him to work his way. I mean, we've seen this a little bit with Hugo Baccarat back at Indiana, where he was a center back and then ended up having a positional competition with Jansen Miller, another guy who I think could potentially end up getting drafted today. But we've seen him move a little bit into this 6 role where he plays into the CDM, and that could be another chance where if Austin wants to look at maybe bringing him even onto a second team deal where he could be effective there. That this is something that I saw that Austin potentially being able to take up here, especially considering that they did have, I did hear a couple, conversations about them looking into the center back position or even into a goalkeeper this early.
All right, I think we're good now. Does that look okay from your guys then?
Yeah.
I think it's just my computer that's freaking out. All right, we good to go to Montreal then?
Yeah, and
Let's do it. Just like Coach Brad. Sorry.
Short. Yeah. Shout out to Brad. Yeah, I think Sidney Wathuta. I mean, just based on everything he's been able to do, especially midfielder of the year and win a national championship. Somehow, I don't know the backstory, but somehow Whitecaps didn't protect him. So perfect opportunity for Montreal to sneak in and grab a guy who can play a bunch of different roles and has still only 20 Canadian men's national team type potential. So, I mean, that's sold it for me. Not too far from Vermont either.
Yeah, the Canadian aspect I think is important there to highlight as well. Obviously, with roster complexion, everything like that, he's a Canadian international. So one less issue for the club to sort out there.
Shout out my Canadian guys.
Yeah, I'll make mine quick. I think it was perfectly put as well. Sidney Wathuta, I mean, phenomenal player. I mean, and especially the exposure, at least this national championship run, has certainly helped him here. But I think, like Cullen mentioned, I mean, being the Canadian status, I think at least on that end, that definitely attracts teams like Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver as well. I know they did end up having a little bit of a conversation that he was in the system, but yeah, we're all in agreement here.
Yeah, and then I mean, you guys have talked a lot about Reed Roberts. They had a good showing at the showcase, and I just think he moves up the coast a little bit to Portland. So keep it short.
Yeah, Karamoko, I think fits physically profile. Obviously, something talked about. I don't want to talk about it for too long, but I think Portland in recent years is leaned towards the physical profile, somebody they can come in to play right away, and I think fits with their style of play as well, kind of like their brand of football last year. So I thought if he falls that far, the pick makes sense there.
I think just because of the open hole that there really is, if you want to go get someone, I think Lucas Burns is one of the the prototypical physical, tall, strong keeper to go ahead and get. Even if he ends up being a backup role, that's something else that Portland doesn't have to end up worrying about. And I think Mark may not like this, but I think Burns is absolutely 1 or 2 in this goalkeeper class.
I mean, I'm not a hater, but no, I think everyone knows that I love my boy Trace Alfin, but we'll be talking about him later. Yeah, I think Whitecaps kind of tough to tell. I guess Farnos for me. I just kind of highlighted the fact that Elliot Goldthorpe is moved off to Lexington for the USL Championship, and I think that Whitecaps might take a flyer on a guy that they're close with in proximity, and then also he's got the game to back it up. And it's a tough starting midfield to break into. Again, another one of my boys, Pedro Vite, Ryan Gold. Yeah, just a solid group there.
Yeah, going off that as well, Salon's obviously, as Mark mentioned, they're not far proximity from Vancouver. And I think the physical profile is another one. If you look at his collection of goals this year, obviously, very strong in the air. And I think, his box movement is very good as well. I think he's a guy also age-wise, he's only a redshirt freshman. I think could have a future ahead of him, but it's difficult to tell what direction Vancouver might go, obviously, with the ownership hanging over them, as well as, they're bringing back a lot of their key players.
All right, I'll just make mine really quick. I know we've got about 70 seconds left before the official names start end up rolling out, but I ended up with Alexis Ledoux over at UCSB, and admittedly, it's just something that maybe I was a little not a little, but I did ended up liking a lot of the coverage and just how integral that he was to that particular team. With Santa Barbara and was someone that really could score from at any point outside this box. I think they do need an attacking piece, and I think Ledoux is one of those guys that, despite him being international, is someone that can definitely play a great role in a first team opportunity.
I'm reacting to our first trade apparently. So that 6th pick from Nashville apparently is being traded, but to Colorado for 125 in 2025 GAM, and then 25K additional in 2026. So they're
Mark, did you get that from Twitter? I just want to pull it up for everyone.
Burgundy Wave. Shout out to those guys at Burgundy Wave. They do a lot of good coverage over there. They're like one of the top accounts for sure.
Yeah, I'm seeing it on Twitter as well. So just to confirm that.
Yeah, 4 first-round picks for the Rapids. I mean, talk about a complete overhaul. And I mean, if there's one team, it was obvious before that they valued the draft, but I mean, this is like overkill.
So now,
I'm just pulling it up from my end here.
So now, do you guys think this potentially changes where Harper ends up going? I had him at. I mean, we all had him at 8, but now with Nashville gone, I knew they were really high on Floriani, or Nashville was very high on Floriani at some points. But does this look like Harper ends up staying at 6 or moving up to 6th overall? Does that change his position, you think?
No, it just probably further solidifies it. But the big thing is that they probably have somebody who they're itching to get up in the top 10. So, I mean, what a hype, or talking about what type of haul they're going to get out of this draft is going to be insane.
I will add too, I don't know how much it has to do with picks this high up, but I mean, I know Frederick spent a lot of time with MLS Next Pro side this year. Rapids MLS Next Pro side struggled quite a bit. They were good in 2023 this past year. I think they finished towards the bottom of the table. I know they're looking to bring in a lot of pieces for the MLS Next Pro side, so could factor in there. Obviously, you know, they might be looking to bring in somebody that could have more of an impact at the first team level, but I think that's also something that might be of importance as they're obviously adding a lot of picks in the first round.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, one sec.
Yep.
Escape the Matrix. Yeah, so we'll show it, but it's on MLSsoccer.com. It's just basically a spreadsheet. So all the picks will be recorded there, or reported upon there, and then we'll provide commentary as well. So
it's a bonus instead of just staring at a spreadsheet all night. My computer is going through it right now, so give me 1 second here, and I will have that spreadsheet up for you guys.
Yeah, we're 202. This first pick might be in before we know it.
yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, can you guys see that there?
Yes.
Perfect. All right.
Now we'll just play the refreshing game. No, I think while we wait, we can probably just kind of touch on, maybe just do a little rapid fire of some like sleeper picks. It's kind of funny based on what Travis said. Like, I was gonna put Liam O'Gara in there, but I'm like, but he's not a sleeper. The way he was in 2023 and so close to getting a GA deal, if not for the injury. And honestly, I've told people, like, yeah, if you can't get Mano Dua, you got to get Liam O'Gara. They're a similar profile. And honestly, I think O'Gara is a better passer and distributor. Like, he can hit any ball you want from that deep lying role. He can also play center back. Obviously, Dua can do the same thing. A little bit different because Dua is probably known not only to break the lines through passes, but he's a pretty accomplished dribbler as well. You don't really see that probably as much from O'Gara just because he doesn't have to. And that's not really like his staple part of his game. But I mean, talk about one of the best passers in 2023. And I know that people have kept him around on their in their notebooks. I wouldn't be surprised if Colorado take him because one of the scouts there, or one of the top scouts there, used to coach him at I think NC Fusion. So we've talked about him before in the past. And that's the type of player that I think they would definitely go for.
I'm going to quickly jump in here. Sorry, Cullen. We've got almost 400 people in the stream so far. So if you guys are enjoying, make sure to give it a thumbs up and then send it to your friends. We're trying to get as many people in here as possible. Show MLS that there's still a lot of support out there for the draft and for the college game. So appreciate you guys, Cullen, Danny, and Mark for being here, and for everyone else joining in. And the chat is always available. We'll try to start bringing in some of the questions in as they come through.
Yeah, appreciate that, Chad. And obviously, if we're touching on sleeper picks here, I think Trace Terry is another guy that I think can definitely qualify as a sleeper pick. Alec Hughes, the guy that's getting a lot of attention right now, and deservedly so. I think Trace Terry's of similar physical profile. Trace Terry also had some All-American honors, but I think you look at his collection of goals and just the positions you occupy, it's actually similar to Hughes. And I think, obviously a very dominant aerial threat, has a very good leaping ability. So I think he's a guy that I think could. I mean, there's also a possibility of him going back and continuing his college career, but I think he's a guy that people should be aware of as we get later rounds here today.
Just to throw in just another striker here too. I mean, I gotta look in. Oh,
yep, there you go.
We got the first pick. MLS is delayed. We're going through Twitter.
Yeah,
X, the number one most reliable source on the internet. So we got Manu Dua as the number one.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense. Not too far of a commute for him. So, yeah.
Yeah, interesting as well. Obviously, MLS and San Diego specifically have the Right to Dream connection there with their academy. Manu's obviously from Ghana, so you wonder how much that factors into the pick there. But top level talent, he's a guy that I rated very highly from the first time I saw him earlier this year. So,
yeah, you want to bring up the video quick, Chad?
And what's nice too is that they did have the international spots to be able to bring him regardless. That was yeah, a good pick, or a good able pick, I should say. Yeah, and the draft tracker still doesn't have it in.
Yeah, that's what I'm busy laughing at. I'm trying to switch things over here. All right, we're gonna have. I will skip through this here.
I have to skip ahead a little bit. Is that moving slow for anybody else?
A little bit. Yeah.
Are we catching some delay?
Like I said, I mean, a 6 whose favorite player is Sergio Busquets, so he's like a prime version. With the ability to dribble through the lines and pass through the lines, he's aware of his surroundings. It's just like a solid DM, deep lying playmaker, and he's still so young that at 05, that he could be a star in the league for sure one day.
Yeah, touching base on that as well. I know there's picks firing in now here, but I think one of the biggest things about Dua is just the way he manipulates the ball and also his body. I think he creates so many angles for himself to play forward, and I think that's hard to find, especially with a player of his physical profile. I think he also provides high-level dueling ability, and he's also very proficient in the air. So I think he has everything you want in the modern-day 6. But
I mean, and you look too, I mean, he's even just by watching some of these little things, but the other thing I want to talk about is just his ability. It looks like he's just someone who's able to help that process of being able to build from that back. And it definitely, he's going to be able to have that opportunity in this new expansion side. And as for the reasons that we've talked about before, this is someone that is just able to, he looks like a future professional now. I mean, what's interesting too is that, his favorite player is Sergio Busquets, and that's someone that's just always been looked at as someone, never necessarily for his physical attributes, despite him being a taller guy, and same thing with Manu. But it speaks to, just understanding the game and having that. If you're going to play that CDM position, that's something that is necessary. And I'm very excited to see what he could end up doing in this expansion side.
I don't know.
I'm seeing.
Taken, but Chicago took Dean Bolts at third.
That's what I'm gonna say. I don't see anything for San Jose, but I'm seeing Chicago.
Yeah,
Let me pull up Chicago here for you guys. I think they've I don't know what's going on. We've got Chicago's picked in for Dean Bolts. If you guys see San Jose, let me know and I can pull that one up as well.
Okay.
Scrolling through, I'm not finding myself.
I'll get Dean Bolts' video up here.
Yeah, I didn't want to be like disappointed in the MLS, but like I thought this was going to go a lot smoother with yeah, they finally
Surely with no
they
broadcast.
finally just put in the first pick, so
Right.
I'm going to keep refreshing.
Dean Bolt's obviously a Chicago kid staying home, though. That's obviously interesting connection there.
Yeah, I'm actually,
And
I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised based on like, you know, they've kept tabs on him probably ever since he was a teenager. So yeah, and it makes sense. American young, a lot to grow into.
how's that for you guys now? Can you see the videos a little bit better?
Yeah, a little bit. It's still a little choppy, but you get the idea for sure. Better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, I could probably cook a very nice medium rare on my laptop right now.
Yeah, it's almost
But
like
it's okay.
yeah, because everyone in the comments is asking what happened with San Jose.
This is amazing.
They said we'll defer. We'll come back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the script writers could not have done any better. All right, I'm gonna keep refreshing here, and that is amazing.
Yeah, I think something to note with Bolts as well. I mean, obviously had a lot of success at Wisconsin, but he made a ton of success at the U19 MLS Next Level. I think he was the leading scorer in the competition and fired soccer to a really good finish. So I think that's something to note here as well. I mean, obviously the Sockers are from Chicago, so like we've mentioned throughout, I think that definitely played a part in this pick.
I'll say two things though as well. I mean, this is something that Chicago did this last year with Brian Dow. This was a local kid that they were able to go on. So it speaks to the ability of being able to go ahead and get that talent that's around that Midwest. But also one other thing I wanted to mention just about Dean's character too, and it's something that I would speak very highly of. You know, I want to see if you want to do an interview at some point during the Wisconsin season. And he said, you know what, the thing that I'm focused on right now, I just want to make sure that I'm putting the best out for the Badgers, doing the best I can, keeping everything going. And I think that was something that, as young as he was, for him to be able to just verbalize that in the way that he did to, you know, with me, just in, you know, a very, you know, just a private message was something that I really admired from the kid. And, you know, and I want, you know, I want nothing but the best for him.
Danny, I'm sorry. The chat is extremely entertaining right now, so I'm just enjoying that.
I'm reading it too.
Dude, I'm like refreshing. But Sammy's right. It looks like Floriani's going.
Huh.
See if we can get that pulled up here. Oh, we've got trades going on. Sporting Kansas City. We've acquired 162,500 in 2025 GAM and the 8th overall pick from Colorado Rapids. So the Rapids are busy today. Still not seeing anything San Jose.
Have we got anything? Actually, well, I guess yeah. So Sporting KC. So now Colorado's on the pick then.
Well, I mean,
Oh yeah, pick at 4.
Right. So
But we still don't have 2, unless Sammy's got insider knowledge.
goodness. So Colorado, they went from. Wait. So they had. Okay.
I think this sums this up.
Okay, so just so everyone is following, it seems like we were at Colorado at 8, then Colorado
Just
got
one
this
name. Like
pick.
he's got that.
So then we have 8 and 6 for Colorado at this point, but then Colorado just traded their 8th pick to Kansas City, so now they have 4 and 6. I want to make sure I'm following that right.
I've heard, or I've got a couple other people saying Floriani. So, I mean, there you go. Another chance.
So that's Floriani at 2?
Yeah. It's almost like we need our own little spreadsheet here. Because, like, talk about fan engagement. We love and appreciate you guys for helping us out here because, you know.
This is what we got from MLS so far. We for sure know Manu has been drafted. This is the most up to date. So we've got Rapids picking right now, then, right at 4.
I believe so. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, but who knows the timing at this point? We could be on like pick 7. We don't even know.
Maybe it's worth. You think it's worth trying to just put together a spreadsheet between the four of us, just getting everything, trying to just get.
Yeah. Can one of you do that on your end, and I'll share it on our shared spreadsheet? Just because my computer will blow up if I try and do anything else here.
Would you like it on Excel or Google or?
The one that we had, the Sheets one.
Got it.
If you go to like our shared document, just make a new one, and we'll add it in there so that the viewers know what's happening here. We're up to almost 700 viewers, so thanks to everyone who's watching. I appreciate it.
Yeah, welcome everybody.
MLS isn't working, can't do the job, not going to work.
Okay.
Floriani to SJ. Yeah, I'm seeing another one there. So
Yeah, I have it.
looks like we got 2 confirmed from our end.
So Sammy's the insider, and then a couple others confirmed.
This is the pure summary of power to the people. We're making sure.
Wait, I should just hold on. I should What am I doing?
Yeah, I'm still just. And I'm getting a ton of Manu Dua on Twitter, which is not helping on X. Congratulations, though. We shouldn't take it away from the players. Either way, congratulations to everyone that's been drafted so far, whether you know it or not.
Yeah, and honestly, like that's what makes the mock draft so tough, because like I think, you start to realize like who some of the top players are, but it's just a case of where they ultimately end up getting selected. So yeah, I mean, some surprises, but really not really any surprises so far.
Yeah, Mark made a good point too about the GAM money. I mean, I think that plays a huge part here in this whole process, and we've already seen multiple deals today related to clubs that have nothing to do with the draft of moving pieces around. So I mean, that's a key element in all this.
I'm gonna try and get the people are saying refresh, but I'm not getting anything. Top 3 picks are in.
Yeah, it's like on my phone it works, but on the actual computer, my second monitor.
Yeah, they just updated it. Yeah, Freeman just got confirmed at 3.
All right. At 2 or 3?
2.
At 3. Or 2, excuse me.
No problem.
Okay, so let me see if I can pull up another window here. Why didn't MLS just make a live stream? Yep, you do have a great point.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Mike Burns does now. In the future, for the future.
There we go.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get wind that Trevor Burns might get drafted. Mike might have to use a pick to bring in his son from Duke.
Okay, there we go. We've got the top 3 in. Perfect. Now we're into. So this is not Kansas anymore. This is now Colorado.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Very nice. So Floriani.
And how's our spreadsheet coming along, Danny? You got something going there?
Yes, I do. So I've got pick selection. I've got team, player. I might even just add another thing really quickly to the left just to go position. And then
Look at that. That looks
what do
spectacular.
you think?
So if everyone wants to let their friends know, we've got the most up-to-date and accurate spreadsheet. Let me try and present it. I think we got it up there now. There we go. We're beating MLS.
All right. Looks like he's...
And I'm going to go back to Twitter here and see if we can get anything else. Oh, yeah, here. All right, San Jose finally posted it. Max is in.
I'll start throwing the rest of these names in for now, or should I leave them, you think?
Wow.
I would just go like a here, I can share this for the meantime.
Very nice.
You're welcome to go. Okay, we got nothing else. There we go. I got to be careful what I'm showing here.
Yeah, Freeman makes sense. I mean, for San Jose, I mean, they conceded the most goals in the entire league, and I think we agreed upon in this process. I think he's probably the most pro-ready defender. He's obviously had a ton of success at the college level, so that pick makes a lot of sense there. And you look at Bruce Arena's history of defenders and the defender profiles he prefers. I think he fits that really well. So,
and honestly, I think one of my favorite parts of his game is, and I hear a lot of people talk about it. I think one of the top drawer writers did like a full article on it, but like the ball carrying defenders who can advance into the midfield with the ball and then lay it off higher up the field, with a little bit of history into Floriani, like he used to play as a DM, so he has some of that like natural dribbling ability. Head up, shoulders up, scanning the field. He can drive a little bit and then find passes when he commits some of the opposition midfield. So that aspect of his game is a nice thing to see as well.
Yeah, definitely. And we mentioned it again, or at least I mentioned it again at the start. We were talking about the mock draft, but I think for him defending in wide areas in that back three, and obviously the college games, that's where transition oriented. I think we saw the athleticism and he'll do fine at the professional level. I think he's fine in defending space. I think no issue adjusting there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get of many of these chats in here, but who has Travis Hunter's discovery rights? It's a golden one.
I'm making an impromptu X account to try to scour some of these other selections as well, just so I can help out with that.
There we go. I appreciate it.
No, of course.
So now we're just... All right, I'm still getting all Max Floriani right now. So we got, I guess they're giving maybe some extra time to Colorado since they had to trade.
Here, we can answer this question real quick. So the situation on Pop Marboy, so really it comes down to, even though he's has a professional year, it's almost looked as if it's a backdoor into the league. Like, let's say he was a free agent after like a 1-year deal. He is not. He has another year on his deal. I think maybe a club option on top of that. So I will be clear, a deal would need to be done to see him get drafted. So I think that'll be the open invitation for all the teams, and it comes down to a case of what team out there in the MLS wants to create an agreement with Phoenix to, probably exchange a little bit of a transfer fee. But so you can't just leave college after your first year of being eligible and then, find a pro deal and then come into the league. The decision was made that he would need to come through the entry draft. So I hope that answers a little bit of it. But, in conclusion, a deal will have to be done for him to, get drafted. Otherwise, keep looking out for him at Phoenix Rising in 2025.
Do we have anything? I'm just going through all the chat here. Anything from you, Washington? Any of you guys put him up on your list?
I think Richie Amon will get drafted at some point today. I think there's been some talk of what position he will play at the next level. I think, he can profile as a 10. He could profile as a winger where he played in college, kind of in Washington's 3-4-2-1 system where he's an outside back. So
I got one real quickly. Alex Harris just posted going to Colorado.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that pulled up as we're talking here.
From 30 seconds ago.
Oh, I've got Kansas City selects Jansen Miller. I thought we were on the same one there.
Well, honestly,
okay, so
where to begin? So
I got
San Jose acquired the 5th overall pick.
Yeah, here we go.
Damn money. So we're
all right, Danny, get typing there.
Who got the 5th pick?
So 200,000.
San Jose acquired.
San Jose.
San Jose. Got it. So that's
And then
two
we've
picks in
got
top
4th.
5 then.
Yeah, and you're saying 4th is Alex Harris.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and then we've somehow skipped 6 and 7 and gone to 8.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I just
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
right into Twitter.
Disaster class.
Goodness.
All right, I've been getting Harris 4, Roberts 5, Sanal 6, Jääskeläinen 7, and Jansen Miller 8.
6 is who?
I'm pretty sure it's the Xavier center back, Sanal.
All right, we've lost Cullen. I think MLS is attacking my our servers here. They don't want our information out too soon. Let me try and get everyone's saying the draft tracker should be updated now.
I just checked.
It's not?
It's still at 3 on the website at least.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing there. Okay, so we'll keep this one here.
Well, anyway, while we're trying to figure these out, but Jansen Miller, a little bit more on I think he's probably one of the the older of the center back groups, but I mean, he is so solid, has a lot of experience, and like obviously Sporting KC valued that. And I mean, I think that's a good pick. I think he's a first team ready type of guy, and all right, there we go. We got even Mika Thomas from UConn to Charlotte at number 9.
They're just saying that. Well, touching on Miller as well, I think there's an element of versatility to his game. I think he could play right back at a professional level as well. And there we go. Now we have all the picks here in front.
They have loaded. All right.
Holy cow.
Reed Roberts at 5 is a big rise, but I think it makes sense. I mean, I think San Jose saw him quite a bit over the course of the year, obviously at San Francisco, but it's a huge rise in this process.
But yeah, a Scandinavian manager taking a Scandinavian, and I'd have to look back. I know obviously Olaf Melberg, shout out to him. I mean, we were going to talk about that a little bit, but he was in the Premier League for a long time. Me and my brother, we grew up watching him. He was a center back with Aston Villa, for those who remember. So I'm sure he's actually probably pretty good friends with UC Jääskeläinen, even though they didn't play on the same team. But yeah, same region. Actually, now that we're seeing that, it's kind of a funny, not even coincidence, but I'm wondering how much that plays into effect there.
Okay, so we're now at 10 with DC United.
Yes.
Okay. And mine should be up to date as well. Our thing.
All right, let me get that back on here. I'm getting so much advice for how to run a live stream. So
Karamoko at 10. Did you see United?
Just saw that.
Wow, there you go.
Okay, let me get that pulled up. There he is.
I can't say enough good things about Hakeem. I mean, that's what a steal. And I get my dream. Hakeem is on the East Coast within driving range.
Right.
I'm a happy guy. And he gets to work with, I mean, think about that. Like Jacob Murrell and Hakeem Karamoko together.
Mm-hmm.
You get the blinding pace and physicality of Hakeem and just the overall complete forward style of Jacob Murrell. I mean, I'm loving the cohort of recent college players that they're putting together. Jose Kojima, Garrison Tubbs, and it's not over obviously they'll be having another go at it here in round 2.
Quickly going back to the Harris.
Well,
pick.
actually, round 1. Sorry about that. I forgot about the 23rd pick.
Yeah. Going back to the Harris pick as well, that's the second year in a row the Rapids have taken an attacker at 4. He's a Generation Adidas guy, so I thought that was something interesting to think about.
Yeah, imagine that that next generation of attacking players with Kamani Stewart-Baines.
I like it. They're giving us just enough time to talk about players.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And then
it's
like 7 come at once.
Waves.
Yeah.
Crazy. Let's see here. Yeah, so there's your kind of Bombito-esque pick as well from the Rapids, Matthew Sano from Xavier 4. I mean, that was back in the 6th pick, but we hadn't made a comment about it yet.
We've got 11, 12, and 13 now loaded in.
Dude.
Enzo Newman to Dallas.
Tobo Aurora.
Aurora's
Yeah.
great.
That's actually, I mean, that's brilliant. See, it's kind of funny. I feel like the notes were carried over from last year because a lot of these guys were highlighted. And it was either Aurora or O'Gara. Because if you go back to 2023, Fetobo Aurora won the WCC Freshman of the Year award. And then, so he was still on the radar from then. And then there we go, our boy. I'll let you guys take Michael Adedukin.
Quickly on Aurora as well. I mean, obviously didn't have as good of a season as he did this past year, but he's also a very young player. And I was looking over quite a bit of film, watching over him during this process. And I think he's a guy that you could see, especially on the ball, very, very comfortable. And I think I think he actually provides a little bit of a different profile compared to some of the Rapids midfielders they have right now. So I think that pick makes sense there.
Well, and Enzo Newman is also an 05. So Karamoko, Newman, and Aurora are all 2005 birth year.
2005, man. That's starting to make me feel old.
Yeah, in a couple of years we'll be talking about guys that were born when I graduated high school. Not for Danny and Cullen, though.
Got some time.
Same as me. I'm an 03, so I could still technically get drafted. Until I can't get drafted, then I'm going to start to get nervous.
On Adedukin to Montreal as well. I actually think system-wise, something we've talked about quite a bit. I think he might be the most pro-ready guy of this draft. Montreal played a 3-4-2-1 last year, so we've talked about Adedukin's versatility a little bit. I actually think that's one guy that could come in right away and actually impact the first team. So I think that's actually positionally a fit that makes some sense.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm still seeing a lot on X of people looking for a stream. So if you guys haven't already, feel free to share. We're at, I think, 750 viewers now. So if we can get over the 1,000 mark, would be very cool.
And hopefully we're at the point where we worked out the kinks and we're starting to get the hang of this kind of spotty, picks coming in and all that.
All right, we've got
so Austin FC traded the 12th pick, 75,000 in GAM for 2026 in exchange, or to Colorado in exchange for a 2025 international spot.
Got it.
So that was the trade that resulted in F.A. Tobo Aurora.
We're getting news a little bit backwards here, but that's okay as long as we're getting it.
Yeah, I guess that provides context on what Austin FC got in return.
And I'll say a quick thing about Enzo Newman too. I thought he would be a kid that would get drafted, but clearly has soared the boards, at least for Dallas. And I believe even too. I mean, this is Oregon State. This is the same Dallas team that ended up getting away with Logan Farrington, and I think they took another one of his teammates though too. I forget right now. Turner Humphrey is on the second team. So they definitely know this Oregon State program very well. And they've probably had their eye on Enzo for a little while and figured that he was worth the 11th pick.
We've got this from what is this? Piggy HZ. Is Badru getting a chance at Colorado next season or too early? I know we've got some insider.
Well, I feel like they already have I'd expect Colorado to take a goalkeeper, especially with all these picks. Just to like fill out that goalkeeper room. I can see probably a few appearances here and there, but they're probably thinking like, let's give them another year or so.
Yeah, I mean, Stefan's still there.
18 or something like that.
Yeah. Stefan's still there as well. I mean, you'd imagine in all likelihood he'll likely stay, but obviously that's up for debate, excuse me. But I know people within the Rapids facility rate Badru's game really highly, but he is very much on the younger side.
All right. They're keeping us waiting. They're keeping us on our toes. I like it. This is a fun game.
No, this is the best.
We were overwhelmed at the beginning. I think we got the cadence down of how weird this is. But
even Steven's jumping in here. FCC fan here. Thanks for doing this. Not all heroes wear capes. I think Mark actually wears a cape. I'm pretty sure I've seen him walking around in one. Off stream though.
Only when I'm LARPing.
All right.
No, it's kind of interesting too. I think that sophomore class is something that the Rapids look to be targeting. So you wouldn't. Momo CSET is there still. Obviously, we're not too far into it, but another national team guy.
Harper's still on the board as well.
Yeah. And like maybe a sleeper here, Will Eby. He's a pretty solid passer of the ball at Michigan State. And I think he was on the radar as a freshman, not like for a GA or anything, but like for the scouting departments, they'll like kind of go through and look at, who are some of the guys to look out for in the following year. And I think he might be one of them in like a later rounds as a prospect.
So we are waiting on pick 14 from Portland, right?
Yeah, I think so. Let's put a hat on. I got to get the hair out of my face. I'm concentrating now.
We got from Caden Hawkins, Charlotte fan here. Can you talk a little on, is it Micah Thomas? And if he is any good?
I could say a few things. I've seen the Big West for a little while. So he's definitely worked in tandem with Kieran Chandler, a kid who ended up at the SuperDraft Combine, which took people by surprise, but I heard he impressed. And so I think that ultimately led to a lot of eyes being on this kid later on. And Thomas is another guy. He plays a similar role, at least like operating on this defensive line, but also has a little bit of a wingback's tendency. And the reason I think he ends up fitting, at least with this Charlotte piece, is, they've clearly had an eye for their talent over the past, really just looking at this past draft, it's been Tiger Smalls from LMU, Jelani Forbes, as we mentioned, they found in the second round, and Nathan Richmond, Jacob Babalai have been other picks that they've had as well, top quality college guys. But even just looking at Thomas, it's been something that he's been able to really be able to build from the back, be able to work with these defensive pieces. And, he may not get his chance right away on that first team, but he's someone that definitely will be of a high impact, and they expect to have a high impact with Crown.
Pick 14. We're in with pick 14. We've got Ian Smith to Portland.
First Denver guy.
Yeah, Cullen, there you go.
Cullen has been kicked out just as he... There we go. Perfect timing, Cullen.
I know Ian Smith had actually trained with Portland last summer, so the pick makes sense there. Much of the success the Rapids Denver had over that run there was down that left side with Smith and Bassett. So Smith fits everything you want, kind of that modern outside back profile. And we've seen multiple picks here since. So
we got Tate Johnson to Vancouver, Sydney Wathuta to Colorado. Wow, they've got some solid picks. And New York, wow. from ST from. Okay, so we got New York City select and Max Murray.
Wait, NYCFC, get out of here. Oh, very nice. It's a boyhood club for me.
Nothing like a double trade.
I mean, what an interest that, like, seeing Tate Johnson's name go to Vancouver is kind of interesting. Just like, I don't know if I would have assumed that would have been a landing spot, but be interesting. He's a tough dude. He'll obviously. I know it's probably not like the coldest place on earth, but
Nah, Vancouver's nice. Got that tropical weather still, way better than a Toronto or a Minnesota. How, Mark, how do you see him playing at the next level? I think we spoke about it on the podcast, maybe positionally about where he could go. I'm curious what you think in terms of positional.
I love. Well, obviously he's going to be a wing back, and his motor is just incredible. Like, he'll get up and down the field for 90 minutes, so full box to box. Loves to get into the attack, whether he's playing in combinations to move up the field. With like a bunch of little give and goes and things like that. So he's good technically. He can settle on a dime. He was obviously my favorite wing back, especially left back. And again, if you're just joining, like, there's been several people I've talked to, and I'm including myself in that. Like, if he can come in and adjust to the MLS quickly and start establishing himself as a real first team guy, I mean, U.S. national team isn't out of the question for him. He comes from a really good pedigree, and he'll just continue to grow.
Cullen, I know you had Jesus Barea somewhere. Was he in your top 15?
Yeah, I had him at, I believe 12 to Austin.
Pedro's asking where we think he's going to go. Why are they not picking Jesus, he says.
Wish I had the answer for you. I think he'll be a first or second round guy. I mean, second round at the latest. But obviously, I think international has a little bit to do with it. I think some of these clubs are sometimes hesitant. And also, he's a little bit on the older side, but obviously he's had a lot of pedigree in college. So I think it's up to the club at this point.
Yeah. I'm just going to go through the chat here. What do we think? Rapids so far, the winner of the draft?
Yeah, for like the
solid picks from my end. I know we've only got 17 picks and they've had what, 2 already?
4.
Oh, they're on 4? Oh, I'm just
yeah. I mean,
oh yeah, you're right.
that they're
my
getting
gosh.
Alex Harris and Sidney Waduda together, like
3-4, yeah.
2 guys that are like
Roy as well.
Yeah, it's insane.
I could pick up the comment in the chat about Neto. From what I remember calling a couple of his games, at least in USL 2, and is someone that a good facilitator on the wing. I like. Also has the ability. I mean, very fast, is able to work on ball very well, able to get to the end line quickly. I do like him. I don't know if he gets drafted this year. He may need another year with Providence, though, to be honest.
Well, I mean, he scored that goal in U.S. Open Cup against Red Bulls too, and I think that kind of put him on the map. He's definitely, like, watching him against Clemson in the national championship tournament. Like, defenders definitely respect his technical ability, and he's a good attacker. I'm honestly not sure where he fits into the draft perspective, but as a potential pro, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he finds a landing spot.
Barea just went 19. Yeah, there we go. It's updated now to Salt Lake, and then Parisian at 18.
There we go. Perfect timing on that.
Yeah, I mean, I heard really good things again from some of the other guys at the showcase. They were kind of blown away by Jesus Barrera's ability. And it's an interesting program there, that Missouri State puts together, and they definitely have, like, some solid players all the way around. And it's probably a program that doesn't get as much attention, just being in the middle of the country. but they're always a pretty solid team, and they produce good players. Like I think a couple players last year went up to play to Tacoma for USL. So yeah, they're a consistent producer, and yeah, I've heard really good things about Jesus.
Yeah, Salt Lake hasn't shied away in recent years from also taking international prospects and has had some success down that route. So I think they obviously probably rate Beret pretty highly if they're willing to take that route again.
Mark, I think you were discussing Donovan Parisian right before the draft, right? As one of your goalies that could go?
No, I mean,
no, not really.
To be honest, the only thing I really know about him is that he was invited to the showcase. Because he's I think he's like San Diego, and
yeah, West Coast Conference Goalie of the Year was a big reason why San Diego had a lot of success.
Yeah, I mean,
this year as well.
I can't admit always to being tuned into Southern California specifically. Maybe UCLA now in the Big Ten, but yeah, I mean, it's so hard to canvass the entire United States for sure, especially goalkeepers, because I feel like you really need to look specifically at them for a longer duration. Because I mean, they only really are tasked with so many things over the course of a game. So you really evidently he was followed pretty closely.
We are going to keep reloading here and see. So there is a bunch of draft updates, though. So I think these weren't ahead of time. So LA is going to be at 20. Sorry. What'd you say, Cullen?
Whoever, I don't think we touched on who FC traded that pick with, because that was a trade up from 24.
It was San Diego. So San Diego went down to 24.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right. So we've got Galaxy at 20 from Cincinnati. 21 is going to be Columbus here. I'll pull that up here. If I can get it.
All right, we're getting blitzed by Jason Buckner. Brandon.
Yeah, I was going to say that, but I forgot.
No, I mean, he's played all over the field. Wing back, wing, even as a number 9. Spent the summer training with a USL Championship club. Probably went to some of those MLS. So basically, a couple of these MLS teams were inviting in college players over the summer to do like a little combine of their own. And I think he attended at least 2 of them probably. I know he was at the Miami one, and I'm not sure if he went to like maybe the Austin one or Cincinnati. But yeah, he's definitely on radars. It's just a case of, where he falls. And honestly, like his teammate Bryce Blevins is kind of in the same boat.
All right, they've given us a nice little break here.
If I may, I could say something else about Donovan Parisian from San Diego State. I mean, just a little bit about his profile. I think just looking at that, it may not have even necessarily been the quality of play. I mean, of course, he's from what I've heard, he's an exceptional keeper. But if you're going to look for that, maybe the best thing moving forward is just getting youth and height. I know with MLS keepers that they tend to be looking for those taller guys, and Parisian, sophomore, 6'4", he fits the bill. I think if he went, and I imagine he expressed interest in leaving school early.
Kirk Violet just went at 21. I don't know who went at 20.
All right, let's get that rolling here. Before we get that, Mark, I know you were high on Gervais. Do you think he's coming in somewhere here?
Yeah, I think he is. Let's see if the interest stands, but I think Orlando is interested in him, and like Luis and Ricardo are probably big fans stylistically. I mean, and I don't really know anyone who really watches them that would say that they don't like watching them. So
we got 21. So to answer, someone in the chat said, are they getting a oh wait, no, that's so 21's been traded then. Because 21 was Columbus to RSL. Yeah. I was gonna say, because that was originally, someone asked if it was a Cucho replacement. That is definitely not a Cucho replacement. Let's see if they have updated the tracker here.
And 2 UConn boys go in the first round. So
there's
far.
something about that program. People love it.
And nothing on 20 yet. Mark, was Max one of the guys that you sort of had an eye for as well, or no?
No.
Nothing as well, eh?
I haven't really seen, like, the only players from UConn that I really have followed are guys from the USL League 2. So Kieran Chandler, Scott Testori, and Kwame, who has since transferred.
So we've got Danny. There's the pick. There's the trade there. So New England acquired the pick from Houston Dynamo for $75,000 in game.
The crew for that. Yeah, the crew for the 21st pick, they acquired $75,000 in game for that 21st pick.
Oh yeah, here we go. There's that one. Perfect timing once again. That was Max at 17. Oh, here we go. LAFC acquires 22nd. Yeah, we knew about that.
Got it.
50,000. Natural second round selection. Okay.
Man, dude.
Oh, here we go. Now we got him. So Alec Hughes is going to LAFC.
Yeah, there you go. Jason Buckner to LA Galaxy.
Interesting move.
Pick. So that's what everyone was yelling about.
That's why we were getting all that attention.
Yeah, and Alec Hughes, there you go, lands with LAFC. Yeah, it's kind of funny. In one of my articles, I kind of likened him away to, obviously he's not Erling Haaland, but kind of if you imagine like a college American guy to kind of fit that style of just very quick, strong, doesn't need to get fancy, and he's just going to find the net.
Yeah, LAFC had a lot of success in the last couple of years with Kai Kamara too. I mean, obviously that guy doesn't seem to age, but I think there are some similarities between Alec Hughes and Kai Kamara. So you wonder if they could be looking out at Alec Hughes as a potential replacement for Kai Kamara eventually when he does finally move on.
Whenever he feels like it at this point. And also a quick reminder, Jason will be on post-draft whenever we start wrapping things up here. So we'll have Jason and a few other players, but we'll be looking forward to hearing his thoughts on going to the Galaxy, going to the last year's winners. I think a fun team to join, I would say, as a college player. If you are going to be getting minutes, there's going to be a lot of goals. So
yeah, and he'll have a good trainer in Cesar Roldan.
There we go.
Put his name in there.
So we got Alec Hughes at 22. So now we got DC United from Atlanta, I think is up next.
Yep.
Who are we looking at in terms of players left that you could still see? I know I saw, where did I see? Charlie Harper as a name still on the board.
Sydney with, oh no, sorry. Jeez. I was going to say another name.
I mean, Tommy Mahalik would be one that I expect at some point. Luciano Pacoda, I really like him at Ohio State as well as an American. His like soccer IQ just is apparent in the attacking side of the ball, and even in and around the midfield. Like the way he pops up and he can disrupt things. He just reads what's going to happen, and he's just always finding the ball. And the way he moves is like really crafty. So I like him as well. I mean, Sergio Solans, it's kind of interesting, kind of waiting on him. I know it was just 1 year in college, but I would have thought that, he kind of fit that profile for some of the internationals. But how many internationals have we had so far? I know Berea.
Yeah, yes, Carolina's English.
Yeah. Adeduka.
Okun.
So there's the top 10 there. And then we're on to 22. So was there only 4 Generation Adidas or was there 5? Am I missing one?
4. Yeah.
4. So all 4 go top 4. Interesting.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. Well, no. I mean, they put Generation Adidas for Max Floriani, but it was pre-signed senior. I don't know if it's like technically the same deal, but yeah, it's
Mark. As far as my count, I think there's been 5 internationals so far.
Yeah, the soccer's guy is getting some love.
Roman Torres is another name popping up in the chat.
Yeah.
Speaking on Creighton too, Jackson Castro's a kid that I really like.
Oh yeah, I can see him going to Colorado too in a later pick. I guess one of the staff members there worked with him at Creighton, so they've kind of known him. And obviously Tate was the 4th GA. Well, actually the first one to sign, I believe.
I saw Eric join in here. Yeah, Tate Johnson.
Yeah, he was like the first one to actually sign the deal. A 4th one chosen.
So he's the 4th actual one, and then Max they're just putting as a GA. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, I don't know if it was kind of just a verbal mistake, but
he was a pre-senior.
I don't know if it's pre-signed senior, which I don't know if that's technically a Generation Adidas contract, just in different form of words, but yeah.
And then we've got Bruno Rosa also needs to be drafted. That's what I'm getting in the chat. I've seen that name. Temu from Marshall.
I could
really good ball player.
Okiyoshi. Something like that.
Yeah, he's a good ball player. I mean, I know international slot, so we'll see.
That's
very good player, and obviously captain at Marshall. So
yeah, Alex in the chat, I was talking about Luciano Pacoda for Ohio State. Talent, I kind of talked about them together. Tommy Mahalik, Indiana, Luciano Pacoda, Ohio State.
Have we seen Nick Fernandez yet? I thought we did.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, so another one.
One teammate Sebastian Nava brought up in the chat. Both
those guys, look. Oh, I could say a word on both of them too, actually, just really quickly. But they're guys that you get a sense that maybe Nick is more attacking minded, but Nava can facilitate the defense. But they really have been able to do that interchangeably, and it's been neat to watch with them.
Simeon from Vermont.
He had a really good tournament. I think he wasn't on as many people's radars going in the tournament, but specifically the final, I think defensively he was really good in the final. I mean, he won the predominant amount of his duels. So, I mean, maybe a name that rises here in the process, but wasn't one that was that high on boards, at least the people I talked to prior to at least Vermont's run there.
All right, just filling in these last couple numbers right now. It's why I've been a little radio silent, but NYCFC certainly has a lot of picks in these later rounds, and I'll be curious to see if they just end up, if they end up working with them or if they end up being.
And then what about ACC Defender of the Year, Casper Svenby? He might be. I mean, we still got a long, long way to go, but just kind of looking back through and looking at notes.
Radio silence from MLS at the moment.
Pixel roll in.
Here's a good one. Who's a good second rounder that Cincy could get in midfield to help replace Lucho when he leaves? Any midfielders that we could see going to Cincy?
If
that might
Jason
be
Castro
it.
falls that far.
That
I
might
mean,
be more of
not
like
just
a Tommy
Jackson.
Mahalik type deal because you get a little bit more of the attacking in there.
The Mahalik would make a lot of
National
sense,
team
but
experience at the youth level. I mean, he can definitely score some nice goals.
yeah, he was abroad too as a young player too, so he has
like Augsburg, things like
Yeah.
that.
I think he was in Croatia as well, so I think definitely a different background than the prototypical American prospect.
Watch for Michael Sullivan too in this first round too. He was someone that was really doing a lot of the facilitating for Pitt and maybe was a bit of an unsung hero for that team. Reminds me a little bit of Ryan Baer. Mark and I talked about Ryan a little bit just about in conversations like I know months and months ago, but
Love
like
Ryan.
these deep midfielders.
So I got in the chat that DC United has traded this pick, so that's probably why we're getting the delay.
Let's see. Okay.
I've got nothing on Twitter so far, but I'm trusting Tim on that one. Are they having a toilet break? Possibly. I'm gonna need one soon as well. Maybe Don Garber and the social media admin are hanging out for a little bit.
I mean, that might be a beer break for me. Like,
is this where we switch to the segment of our live stream drinks? What we got rolling? I've got electrolytes on my end, nothing too crazy. But Mark, I know you got quite the lineup over there. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
It's breaking. DC pick number 23 to Toronto for 50K GAM and conditional 50K.
Okay. Got that update on our end as well.
So it looks like Toronto's on the board. Maybe some delay getting the news over the border. There's also a mail strike at the moment, so we're not getting any mail. So that could be an issue. Maybe with the rate of how fast these are going, they're probably sending the picks in by mail. So might just might be a bit of delay from their end. I'll take the time now. We've got almost 750 people in here once again. So thank you everyone for joining us. I know unfortunately we don't have any Apple TV stream this year, but look at us, all the fans together in one room. Nothing beats it.
Yeah, complete team effort around the country and probably abroad.
Yeah, we had MLS Italy in here earlier, so we really are getting the full demographic. Any thoughts on Pitt players?
Yeah, I mean, Louis Samkow definitely has a shot. Like I said, Casper Spenby is probably the top prospect out of that team. And then, I mean, Nicholas Sorensen is definitely, like, come back next year. Like, he was one of the best freshmen in the country as center back. I did like the double pivot at times. I know they might try to advertise it as a different way, but Vitmajama with Sullivan and Feitosa, like they had a very complete team. Lasse Dahl, freshman right wing, he's another one to keep an eye on for the future. He was very quick. And then, yeah, Casper Grenning. So, I mean, the whole lineup from top to bottom was just like very, very strong. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe 2 or 3, well, probably just 2, we'll say, keep our over-under reasonable to keep an even betting line for people.
Yeah, where are we right now with the trades in the first round, actually?
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that before.
Oh, we've got to be way over.
Over under 8 first round trades. I think we're well over. It's been so hard to keep track of.
Should we have an update from Inter Miami 3 minutes ago? They posted this on Twitter in the middle of a draft.
Trade their pick.
3 p.m. on December 20th.
In case you're wondering.
In case you're wondering, here we go. Tickets where their priorities are at. We now know. Here's a good comment. Where did I go? I will never understand this team. Why does this announcement in the middle of the MLS SuperDraft? Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna use that as my excuse to refresh here. Whoa, we just got a bunch of picks in.
Calling
get
all
out of
Colorado fans, Burgundy Wave. I mean, dude, we shouted you out. They're like, "Oh man, there's no live stream. It's a disaster." It's like, "Where's the live stream?"
So we've got Reed Fisher going to Toronto, Ian Pilcher to San Diego, Roman Torres to Minnesota. Colorado is picking up Joshua Copeland, and Orlando with Gervais.
Yeah, Jaron Gervais. And
What a
they
name.
followed through. The interview went well. Jaron said that there was interest from Orlando, and it still blows my mind that Charlie Harper's not off the board yet.
Yeah, we're getting close. What do we got?
I mean, we still got 2 more rounds of this. So
yeah, no, I'm just saying first round. I'm saying first round,
and no need to panic out there.
To any of our, do we have any comments on Bruno Rosa from Providence? I've been seeing that a lot.
Yes, I got you on that one. So this is I've known Bruno Rosa actually for the past few years, just because his summer league team was Westchester Flames, and I've done work with them for the past 3 or 4 seasons. Or this upcoming summer would be my 4th season. I've seen him play a lot on this left side, and it's something that he's really been able to play just both on the wingers and he's someone I've heard sometimes from wingers that they don't really necessarily have the dribbling ability to be able to work in the middle of the field. And that's never something that's ever really been a concern with me with Bruno in the time that I've watched him, during the summer league, but also in Providence. I'm a big believer that you having a good summer ends up leading into a good fall. So Bruno, he's had the scoring presence. It's been heightened with the Flames, but it's something that I've seen him be able to take a couple nice shots even outside the box. He would be a great pick that I think could end up. He wasn't one of the ones I had written down as a sleeper, but I would go on record to say I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up seeing something through in this 3rd round.
Mark, did you have any notes on Pilcher? I know we were speaking. I think you had him in your top 15, maybe.
Yeah, he was in my 30-man roster. I actually really like him. I saw him in person a couple times, and that whole back line is very smart and tidy in how they deal with all different types of attacks. And I did a little bit of a stat collection thing on that one game in particular, and he's just, I know he's not 6'5" or whatever, but for the amount of headers and aerial duels he won, he outperformed his center back partner that day, and probably for most of the season, captain. Everyone in the Charlotte area loves him. So Tyler Trimnell and Isaiah Reed, they all know Pilch, and they have all really, really good things to say about him.
I forget where he was with mine, but he was at 13 for me
as well. Okay, so quite high up. That's what I remember seeing from all of you guys.
Yeah, Torres to Minnesota at 25 is interesting as well. I think you look at Minnesota's roster, I think both their center mids were college guys, Trapp and Dotson. So, I mean, Torres is a guy that obviously I think did really well at the Combine and rose quite a bit as a result of that. So it'll be interesting. What he does is he pushes on his career up there.
Do we have any notes on Demora from Monmouth?
So I can tell you he also played Summer League with, I believe it was Long Island Rough Riders. And this is a team, a lot of this is going really off of the USL2 knowledge that I've been able to see, at least in the Northeast. But I mean, this is a kid who was on the Rough Riders for a little while and was tested a lot at Monmouth. But from what I remember, I think it's like a 75% save percentage, a good number roughly. Yeah, no, I mean, someone who's been battle tested, and that's certainly what's led his name to be talked about in this kind of a setting. I'm just not sure, again, how he translates.
Copeland to the Rapids too at 26, I think is an interesting pick. Physically interesting profile. Obviously, Detroit Mercy is not the most talked about school, but I think physically has an interesting profile, and I'm sure caught the Rapids eye somewhat.
But that's someone mentioned. Oh, there it is. Three forwards in this draft already from Colorado.
I think Copeland's a midfielder. I think he's listed wrong, but
Okay.
I could be mistaken.
You know what? Let me see actually, because I think Detroit might have him.
Yeah, he's
So yeah, midfielder. So I'll make the adjustment really quickly.
Oh, he is a midfielder. Okay, so you got Who? Two? Is it 2 forwards now, 2 midfielders, and then or no 3? I'm getting lost. Too many Colorado picks.
Does Seattle have a keeper here? Wait, hold on. Let me. Wait.
Mark, I don't know if you want to talk on Gervais. I know I enjoyed quite a bit of what you had to say from our podcast.
Yeah, a couple other things about him. Just with his really smooth, deep-lying playmaking style. One of the things I think maybe some other players, like the younger generation, if you ever watch him, one of the best attributes of him is he's a very forward-thinking passer. Like, he really doesn't want to go back with the ball. And he'll evade the press with the intention of being able to turn off and keep going forward or expansive. So I did a little exercise on his, I think it was his first 6 games, to see like what direction he is passing. And he's usually, pretty much most of his passes are all either swinging out of left to right or right to left, or advancing the play through the lines. And, rarely he's passing the ball back. And then also, like, with all of that, he was like a 95% passer, only missed like out of those 6 games, probably, I don't know, like 10 passes out of 100 or over 100 makes more. I'm trying to think.
There we go. We've got some
final 3 picks for him.
Sorry, Mark. Got some updates here.
RSL
We
taking
got
2 international forwards is very interesting. Well, actually 3 if we include Berea.
Yeah, that's quite the attack getting built out there. But yeah, I got to give a big shout out to Ryan Baer. Congratulations to him. He's such a great dude, and he's a Buffalo Bills fan. So yeah, I mean, we all know Scott Wells, his summer coach at Asheville City. And he told me over the summer, he's like, man, I think a lot of people don't appreciate or really understand what Ryan Baer brings to the team. And he said, the success of the West Virginia program is a lot, like, you should give a lot of credit to Ryan for what he's been able to bring in terms of like the leadership and the stability in the midfield. So, I mean, I think that pick looks really good when you talk about, or when you think about him in that environment. So yeah, again, congratulations to Ryan. I hope they're watching. I'm friends with the parents as well, so it's very cool to see.
Quickly, multiple people here in the chat have asked about Nacho Diaz. He's not on the eligible player list, so just to put that out there, because I've seen multiple people ask about it now.
Okay, so round 1 done.
Mark, we got a good one here for you.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they're not like, I know it's kind of crazy because I've loosely known Christian through Cesar for so long, so it just feels like I still see Roldan as a young guy, but I know he's like a league veteran now. But yeah, I mean, they're just gonna have a really solid locker room with those guys. Like, Ryan holds so much like a professional aura to him, so yeah, it'll be a great fit, and I'm sure he'll learn a lot and how to make the jump.
All right, I'm going to keep these up for now, but we are going into the second round. I will say, if you are watching still, thank you. Much appreciated. We still got, look, you guys are loving this 750 mark. We're right on 740 something right now. So great to see everyone in here. And thank you for watching. We will have interviews post draft as well, bringing on a few of the players and then a few a few broadcasters, analysts, and so on as well to give their thoughts on what's been happening here so far. Did we speak about Lineker at RSL?
Yeah, I think all three of those picks are really interesting. I think Solons and Brea are a little bit of different profiles. Lineker, I think, is a little bit of something in between. But to bring in three pretty much out-and-out nines, I think, is a really interesting strategy there from RSL, and I'm curious what their
They'll
thoughts.
probably have Solans as the true 9, and then Lineker and Barea flanking. And they'll probably, depending on the system or things like that, or where they ultimately grow into, it could be like a narrow front three that all are going to be goal scoring threats, and then relying on like the wing backs to provide like the true service and width.
Got a few Houston fans here looking for something to happen on their end. Doesn't look too promising at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, worst game in the league, so I don't. It's tough. Like, do they trade out? Do they trade their picks for additional general allocation? I will say it's not too draft related, but with some of the homegrowns today, if for Houston fans, if you haven't checked in on Tate Lampman, who had a freshman season at Georgetown, he was lights out. I think he's one of the best freshmen this year. So definitely, depending on how the draft works out, at least you can say you have Tate Lampman in your camp.
RSL is gatekeeping forwards.
Yeah.
I'm looking at I've seen a few of these. Edward Mendy from Evansville. I saw a few. I think it was another guy from Evansville as well.
I think Diaz was the other guy.
Diaz, yeah. Did we spoke about him already?
Yeah, Diaz wasn't eligible for this draft. I think Mendy is, but Diaz was not eligible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no Syracuse players, right?
No.
So far, no.
Not yet, no.
Interesting.
Kalukian would be a good 9. I just don't know I don't know if his production would be there, but we'll see. Reed Fisher, though, I didn't get to say my piece about Reed Fisher, but I knew he was going high. I was high on him for a few years, but so I knew I wanted to get that out there. But congratulations to Reed, someone that it's been a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and Vermont Green, summer guy.
Mm.
Yep.
Quickly going back on goalies too, that's the second year in a row UConn has had a guy go in the first round. So
Wow.
doing something right up there.
And a good amount of goalkeepers so far.
Yeah.
Especially for a first round. What are we at? 3? I think that was the third one. At least 2 or 3.
I mean, they're, like I said, or kind of predicted that there'd be 10 chosen across this draft. So
yeah, you did. You were very high on them.
The two
well,
that
it
I've
just
got,
kind of feels like a trend with the draft is people always try to pick up a goalkeeper just to test or kick their tires.
Harrison Burdos went 31st.
I'm just seeing that now. Yeah, I'm going to try and pull that up here.
Yeah, did they delete? I don't know if that's Harry Burdos though.
Yeah, that's Harrison. It just went on Twitter now.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
San Diego's admin needs a raise. They are very quick at this.
He looks different in the picture.
I think that's Caden Buckley in the picture, but
That's
Crazy.
definitely
I was just saying that's not Harry.
Get your screenshots in while you can. This is
That's
golden.
crazy.
I believe Harrison Burdos is a younger guy though, and obviously
Yeah, and he's got hair on his forehead. That's how I knew.
Burdos. USL League 2 champion with Seacoast. Sophomore 03, solid player. I think he wanted. I want to say that he might leave college early.
Yeah, physically is the profile to play in college too.
Yeah, he's a good tackler for sure, and I think an overall like complete center back style.
Travis Smith Jr. from Wake at 33. I don't know who went 32, but
Okay, I'll get a refresh on here. Still nothing from MLS side. If anyone's wondering what Harrison looks like, or if Harrison wants a shout out, here we go.
I caught on to that right away.
And for the San Diego admin, you might want to change your image up when you have a chance. I'm gonna keep this for the future.
That's funny.
I mean, does that tip the scales for Charlie Kosakov as a prospect?
Potentially. Obviously, he did really well in USL too, and had a big game against Ballard last year, which had a lot of eyes on it, and did well this year as well. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Travis Smith Jr. is one of those guys. I'm pretty sure he's in 05. What team was that had?
Oh, Chicago at 33.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good pick.
We are once again the most accurate draft board. MLS is behind.
All these other outlets are just reposting San Diego's thing. It's Harry Burdos who got drafted, but
I feel bad for Harry. Harry, if you're in the stream or if any family's in here, we appreciate you.
Harry, if you want to come on the stream, message me. I might just message you right now and be like, hey, do you want to like clarify what you look like?
Yeah.
The poor guy, man. He's making his dreams come true today. Oh, there we go. The tweet's gone.
Okay.
So we've got, did we say, oh yeah, Travis Smith Jr., we said that at 33.
They might have heard us.
I don't know if MLS has got this yet. No, I'm still waiting. Chat, if you can let me know. I feel like a streamer now. Chat, if you can let me know when MLS updates, I'll get that on the board. Galaxy Trade. Oh, Harrison is in the stream.
Get out.
Harrison. We appreciate you, man. That is so funny. I'm so sorry.
Hey.
On behalf of Don Garber and the rest of the MLS, I apologize.
We can bring you in for a couple minutes after the draft is done.
I think he's a big fan of the pod too, with Kickaball too.
Yeah, I talked to him.
We always talk
to him quite a bit. I did. Yeah.
No, that's how I first knew. I was like, I know this kid. I actually asked him for an interview, so I guess this is the time.
MLS is throwing. Oh man, this is golden. We've had this is great.
I've been having a great time, guys.
Yeah.
Here we go. We got Travis Smith. I'll get that up here.
Yeah. No, I like Travis a lot. Like I've gotten to know him over the past year, especially. And his parents are really cool too. So yeah, congrats to them if you're watching. Yeah.
Can we just confirm that is Travis? Just making sure.
Is Travis Smith right there. And I do want to give a shout out to everyone at Wake Forest because the tailgates that Ryan Fessler's mom basically organizes are just awesome. I go to a lot of Clemson games too, but they don't have that like family 3 hours before the game. There's always a tailgate and they always have really good food. And everyone around that community is so awesome. So shout out to all the Wake Forest people. And congratulations again to Travis Smith Jr.
Okay, still no update from MLS. I'm just seeing in here. Okay, should we go? I know we had our sleeper picks available. Should we just slightly? Do you want to brush on any of those that you haven't already?
I could do one. I could do one now.
Go for it.
Just maybe someone that hasn't been drafted yet that you think still might stand a chance here.
I'll make mine quick. So SMU, they haven't had. To my knowledge, I don't think I've got anyone from SMU at least that's been drafted. Give me Jalen Mitchell. This is someone who's able to just work in space very well, great pace, is just able to move on ball. Every time I've seen him, He's not even someone that I'm expecting. Maybe I'm watching someone else on that SMU team, but Jalen Mitchell, I think, will surely be a draft pick sometime. If it's not soon, it'll be somewhere else. Danny DeCario and Charlie. Oh, whoa. Look at all these names.
We got almost the entire second round all at once here.
Oh my god. Jeez. So I'm not
Nick
surprised at all
Fernandez
that
at
Eric
32.
Howard.
Charlie Harper to Colorado, man. What a draft.
Finally. Oh my
You're
gosh.
off by a round.
Hey, Charlie, if you're watching from Japan, breathe. It's okay. You landed where you needed to. It was just a longer road to get there. Man.
Kansas City.
A little
Quick
bit
update.
to Nashville too. He obviously did extremely well physically at the combine, and I think physically has the profile of somebody that can play at the MLS eventually. I think he's a little bit raw and needs more development, but obviously physically has what it takes to play at that level.
I want to give a quick update. The San Diego FC admin has officially fixed it up. Harrison, there you go. You're looking good, man. I'm glad we got you there.
I wonder if they heard it from us or if someone internal said something.
The admin's on our stream right now. I know it. They're not allowed to speak in chat, but I know they're here. No Stanford picks so far.
Yeah, Adnan's probably the most likely to go.
Not like overly surprised by that, but
Yeah.
Stylistically, it's a tough environment to like see who really translates, especially since a couple of the guys were drafted last year. So and then obviously Cleary signed a homegrown this morning, so they exist. But
Miles Sullivan, I know, was somebody we mentioned earlier too. I think Danny mentioned it, but
Yep.
I think he's an American guy, obviously going up to Toronto, but I think interesting profile. Was a big piece for Pittsburgh this year, but interesting profile.
You guys aren't going to believe it, but Chad, check your messages. I put something in about Idicharia being a sleeper for me.
Yeah, he's not like I had him on my U.S. Juniors prospect list.
He had a big tournament too in the Ivy.
I got a story about Danny too. If he's listening, I hope he's listening actually. But I put something up about because all the awards were coming out like for each of the conferences, and I was just saying whatever. I was just reposting for everyone, tagging all my guys and everything else. And someone from Cornell liked it. And this was maybe like 3 hours before the playoff game for the Ivy League to move on in their bracket. And I was like, oh gosh, I don't need these guys on their phone. And I was like, I got to throw someone on Princeton off. And I knew Danny, like, all right. So I was like, okay, I figured I'd just chop it up with him. We were talking a little before, and I'm like, I'm going to throw this kid off. It's going to be, look, Cornell's going to move on. I'm going to do what I can. I'm doing my part. You know what I mean? That's what it felt like. And, it didn't work. He scored a brace, the assist, and it was the game winner in overtime, the golden goal to knock Cornell out of the Ivy League tournament. Danny freaking takes his shirt off, is running around, goes right to the stands. And I'm like, all right, well, if it had to be someone, I'm glad it was Danny, but we joke about it often now too.
Yeah, wasn't he with Motown?
Yes. Yep. That's how I first met him too, actually.
Yeah. I thought that team they assembled there was really good, and I think I remember a couple of the games. Yeah.
No, one of the other guys, Zach Barrett was also on that Motown team. It was Jason Beruggi, Micah Garnett. Now that I'm like, because those were the first guys. What?
Nihanky.
Yes, he's going to be huge. He's going to be huge if it's not next year, because now I think he even could play in like that center back role. It's just Leo Burney was the main dude on that line and ended up taking his spot. But Nihanky, I completely agree with you. Nihanky is that dude.
Mark, what do you think of? I know you mentioned it briefly, but Charlie at Colorado, is that a good landing spot?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely fits the profile. I'm surprised. Like maybe they thought that there was pressure on some of the other picks or something like that. But yeah, I mean, what a steal! God, talk about an A+ draft. I mean, it helps having a million picks, but I think he's a very top prospect and already had like EFL interest. So He's on radar
And-
in England, so
Samways to Kansas City. Samways had over 5,000 minutes in college, so obviously a very experienced player. Obviously was a key guy this year as well for them. So obviously has a lot of experience coming into whatever level he gets into next.
No Marboy still. Do we think the sort of rights debate there kind of got to him?
No, I think it's what was said in the chat at the very beginning. Like a deal just has to be done for him to go. Like a team is probably not going to draft him if it's just rights based. So I'm
going to see. Yeah, I feel like if it's gone, I don't know. We'll see. I guess we can see another. Whoa. Okay.
I mean, if they were to take him too, I mean, if he was very specific on where he's going, they could wait till their last pick to take him.
That's a very good point. 40. Are we on 42nd yet? No, 42nd. We've got Riley Thomas going to Austin FC.
Well, there you go. I do want to make a funny little joke. I thought it was funny, but gym memberships in Austin are going to go way up. As soon as these fans see Riley Thomas, they'll be like, God, I think I got to go into the gym.
I think someone made that joke earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, hey, we actually missed Nick Fernandez to San Jose. We didn't bring him up yet.
Yeah, at 32.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, you're right. I don't know how we didn't see that.
Yeah, we were talking about Travis Smith because San Jose was late on both their picks.
Yeah.
He's obviously a very pro-ready guy. Has had a ton of success at Portland over the course of his career. He's an 01, so obviously a little bit on the older side. I mean, you watch him play, unbelievable ball striking for a college-level player. I mean, collection of goals and assists is at the top level of college standards. So I think a guy that has potential to come in and maybe play at the MLS level right away.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick from Austin there as well.
I mean, there's a question in the chat. Well, what jersey are we getting for Christmas out of this draft class?
I'm still waiting. Sorry, go ahead.
Just get every jersey for Christmas.
I'm waiting on Dorsey to get drafted here. Then I'll double up on the Dorsey. I've already got Dorsey Senior, I guess you could say, from his TFC days signed. So I got to get his brother in the collection. I'm seeing a few comments on
Kieran Chandler.
What'd you say?
Kieran Chandler, 43 to Minnesota United. So another
Minnesota
guy there.
Chris Thomas's teammate.
And then Titus Sandid at pick 46 to Orlando. I don't know the picks in between, but
40. Did you say 43 yet? Oh yeah, we got 43.
43 was Chandler, and then 46 is Titus Sandy from Clemson.
Yeah, Titus Sandy. We're missing 41.
Sports is killing it right now.
I haven't got. Oh, Sam Sarver at 41.
Someone's saying all picks are. Oh yeah, we just got the whole thing here. All right, so 41, Samuel Sarver.
Rick Duncan, 44. He was on my list of sleepers going into this. I think his profile is very unique for an American player. Super 6'4", but actually has technical ability that you would not find in a normal 6'4" American produced forward.
We got Eric Duncan at 44. That's what you're saying there. Titus, we already knew.
Yeah, Charlotte's getting a former Philadelphia Union guy. There's your Cornell center back.
phenomenal. I can't speak enough about his character. There goes Cullen. Okay, I've got it all updated as well.
You got it? Okay, perfect. Because we're at 48 with Houston. Okay.
Yeah, tied to Sandy joining Joran down in Orlando.
Very nice.
Not a bad spot. Mr. Lumber 49. There we go. Colin, you're back. We got Miami coming up. I'm guessing that might be traded. Orlando picked. I mean, not Orlando.
Well, they do need a backup goalkeeper.
Mark, did you touch on Bo Cummins at all at 48 to Houston?
I'll be right back.
All right. Well, yeah. Lightning fast.
Yeah, physical.
Same thing. Like, he can get up and down. Red Bulls guy. So he brings a lot of that, like, next academy experience. Yeah, when he's on, he's a very, very, very good player. I think the Virginia Tech game really is a good sample of what he can do. If you were to look at like one particular game to get an idea of his skill set, I mean, he showed it all in there, like tackling, again, the speed, and kind of like a Tate Johnson type guy, but just with probably a higher top speed. I think like the only thing for him is, you know, finally he might be able to show a little bit more in the attacking third. I don't think the Wake Forest system really like asks their wingbacks to serve in balls very often. So maybe in Houston he'll have the opportunity to show a little bit more of that side of his game as well.
Yeah, agree. Sorry, I was in and out on that one.
No, I think like
what's going on? I'm trying to get all these sources.
You know, I guess just thinking about like some of the best available at this point, especially like we just get hit with waves of players over and over. I would want to throw out a guy who I think is very underrated, but Tyler Trimnell at Clemson, because I mean he's just an absolute workhorse and a complete forward, and in a system that doesn't really like truly feature a nine. Like I think several games they were playing almost like a false nine in a way. I mean he'll run for days, and honestly he does show the ability to score when given the opportunity, and so I think the like potential for him is just very, very high. So whoever ends up being able to snag him, especially after Daniel Echeverria is gone, as an American 6'3" number 9 who is just going to contribute in every aspect of the game, it'll be one of the steals.
Yeah, Bjornsson on the international side for forwards is still on the board as well. I mean, I know there were people that had him higher at the start. I mean, there's definitely traits he has that could transfer over, so we'll see if and where he goes.
We've got, is that Houston's first pick at Bo Cummings?
Yeah.
So I've got 56 in here. Am I just late or is this new?
No, this is new. Sammy Kanan. I could speak very highly on the kid. Plays this position as like, well, firstly a San Diego kid. We've actually talked. I don't even know how far back. I think if you went back to our interview recorded, this was his dream destination. So it's awesome to see that he ended up here. But Sammy's a kid who plays like a false 9 position, even with UVM. He's not UVM. I saw UVM in the chat with Pizzini, but with San Diego, he plays like this winger false 9, which I think will be able to translate very well, especially in a system that doesn't necessarily have a 2 team yet. I mean, I think he was pro ready. San Diego was one of the teams I was most high on, at least during this year, at least having those kinds of conversations. They didn't get a bye in the first round of the tournament, which I thought was ridiculous. But Sammy's been someone that's been able to just create shots in and around the box, has a very strong right foot, an exceptional left foot as well, I will say. But I mean, just looking at this, I'm excited for this kid. I'm very glad to be able to talk. I'm gonna hit him up very soon, but just very excited for Sammy and his family in that regard. Very, very driven player too.
Well, there you go, Nick Dang.
Speaking a little bit on Cannon as well, I think probably long-term profiles either a winger and outside back. In San Diego, play a very transition-oriented system, but obviously they're a team All-American this year, so had a lot of success. So
we've got what's new there? Nick Dang to Salt Lake.
Ruva Kalba to Columbus at 51.
Yeah, Caden Grabfelder's a solid player. He had a really, really good freshman season last year, and then, I mean, the team as a whole, didn't really live up to that 2023 season, but overall, I mean, I like Caden Grabfelder. He's a former Union guy as well.
Bailey Sparks was mentioned in the chat earlier. I mean, 52 to Miami right there.
Yeah, Colin McCamey, he's like a 6'3" or 6'4" center midfielder from Northwestern. He's a Raleigh, North Carolina guy. Actually not too surprised to see him in here just because of the physical presence he has. And then on top of that, he actually is a pretty good footballer. So, yeah, I mean, they got some big bodies coming into New York City between him and Murray.
Yeah. Roden Wayne at 53 too. He was another guy that was on my sleeper list originally. I mean, has experience at the international level with New Zealand's U23s.
His brother played in the league.
Exactly, and I think multiple-time Defender of the Year in the Summit. Second time he did it coming off an ACL injury. I think.
And that sounds like Trace Elfin just got drafted.
Oh, get out of here!
God. Well, we just got to figure out which one of these picks it was. It might be that.
I'm trying to load it up here.
They were saying that Minnesota was interested, so we just got to see what's confirmed.
Put him in tentatively.
I'm trying to find Twitter. Maybe you can just go to the other room and ask quickly. Go.
Logan Dorsey went 55 to Minnesota. So
really?
Yeah.
So I can get my Dorsey. I can complete the collection.
Dorsey, 2 Dorseys in the league, and another kid from Everett, Colorado. Shout out Everett, Colorado.
Yeah, I'm just getting Dorsey now in Minnesota.
I think about Dorsey too. The season before this, when he had 4 goals, limited playing time, and he still had people in his corner talking about, more because he was able to have few goals, but with a lot of production. And then now just this past season, being able to play the full time 14 goals and ultimately ends up getting drafted in Minnesota.
He didn't even start at the beginning of the year either. So,
right.
Yeah, he was on. I know Mark had him on the sleeper list. I don't think you guys had him, but he's definitely had the chance there. I'm curious where Trace went here. We've got it live. Real Salt Lake. There we go.
59. Okay.
59. All right.
Can we break the news online? I mean, I guess we are actually. What am I saying?
It's too late now.
Right.
I'm like, what's the team? They have a really cool basement down here with a full bar and everything. So he's got a bunch of family over. So yeah, very excited for him. Well deserved.
Just step out for a second, pour a drink.
Yeah, that I love that Dorsey.
Oh, here we go.
I do want to make a quick comment about Logan Dorsey because Chris Zitterbart was telling me back when he was with the Rapids that the Dorsey brothers were just very, very good hard workers, and that he loves Logan Dorsey. But yeah,
I love that you're out of breath right now. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I was running downstairs, upstairs.
Yeah, Dorsey,
my lack of fitness.
Dorsey did really well for the Rapids growing up, and I know dealt with some injuries along the way. So it's cool to see him finally get into the professional game as well.
San Diego gets another pick here as well.
Jeez,
Damian Alvarez there, 58 to Seattle makes some sense as well. He's played at Seattle U these last couple of years. Had a lot of success at Ballard this past summer, and for what it's worth, can probably play all 4 positions across the back line. So I think that's a interesting pick there.
I don't know if you guys saw, but Collins Aduro got drafted by Orlando. Very high on Collins. I think he needs another year, but I'm very high on him on being a good professional.
Yeah, and he kind of fits into that, like, what Orlando look for in some of the wingers that they can develop a little further, and then like see if they want it, or see if they can go to Europe.
Wait, what'd I do? What'd I say?
It was Niki at the 60th pick too there. It's cool because he was not a guy on probably anybody's radar after leaving Stonehill, and obviously started the year really well at Hofstra. So to see him potentially have an opportunity to make the jump is a really cool thing for him.
I remember him playing in USL too. Or USL too. Gosh, okay. Seattle.
So that's the end of the second round here.
Okay. Should be all good. Should be all good on our end as well. Should be all updated.
Perfect.
Yep. I can't reload for a second.
Yeah, I know. My my laptop here is on its last breaths.
One more round.
Where is Israel Neto? We think he's coming in the third here, or?
It depends on who has international slots. I mean, it's definitely not going to be as a result of no talent, because he's definitely one of the more technically gifted guys in the college ranks. But stand out with Hudson Valley, USL League 2 over the summer.
Just getting caught up here. Thanks everyone for sticking around. We've still got over 600 people here for the second round, so thank you. We'll be getting into the third round here shortly, and then we will have some interviews with some of the players, some insights from broadcasters and so on. So it should be quite a good end to the show, I hope. The shots are raining in the Elephant House right now.
Yeah.
Let's take a last look. Richie Amon, Cullen, I know you mentioned him. Hasn't gotten off yet.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of players that I think are talented enough to get drafted here. They still have not heard their name called yet.
Well, just to fill in some time, I definitely want to give any of the Salt Lake fans, honestly, I think Trace has been overlooked a lot, but for me, over the past 2 years especially, he's one of the best keepers just in the country, because he can make saves that a lot of keepers won't. Like, people will say, oh, like, he's small. He's not small. He's 6'2", and, like, yeah, you know, he's not 200 pounds, but that's, like, to his benefit. Like, he can make quick reaction saves that a lot of keepers just won't make. And he can get up and down wherever, like, the net coverage for his reflexibility is just very strong. He can fly through the air. He's made some incredible saves this year and last year. So I have a full, like, highlight video of him on YouTube. So if you're curious to see what I'm talking about, just type in, like, Trace Elfin highlights and you'll see it. The kid is just, like, that acrobatic save machine. It's such a fun thing to watch. And then I will also add, he's a very accomplished passer with his feet. Like, one of the best possession keepers in the country. He just, like, feels like a European style goalkeeper with, like, an American grit to him.
This isn't a question on stream, but do the Colorados love the MLS SuperDraft more or less than the Philadelphia Union hate it? That is a great question.
Speaking of Colorado, Donovan Phillip, number 62, we've got reported on Twitter.
Wow, that's a very smart pick. St. Lucia national team for probably the rest of his career. He's definitely got a lot of upside, and he's only an 05.
Another Donovan for the pick prior. Looks like San Diego got Donovan Sessions from Sacramento State.
Yeah, I'm pulling up that right now. 1 second. So we got Sesums there, and then let's see if this is updated here.
I'm trying to think who else would be the sleeper picks. Maybe oh, my mind went blank.
Mahalic is still a name I think I expect to be called at some point here.
Parker brothers calling him Jordan Pickford Jr. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
I'll give him it. All right. So we got 61. Who is 62? Colorado?
Yes, 62 Colorado, Donovan Phillip.
Donovan Phillip.
Oh, hold on. Chicago. Who are we saying about Chicago that they like looking at these Midwest kids? Jackson Castro might be the next one up right here. That's not confirmed.
I still think Jackson Castro to Colorado, but
You need Kanye, hey, from Dayton.
I just saw it now.
Oh wow. Yeah, we got the full thing here.
Oh, there we go. Sean Smart. Wow.
Yeah. Well, Leon Cole, sophomore Bayer Leverkusen product.
Yeah.
Big Ten midfielder of the year, I think.
Milto Kia had a really good year as well at Dayton. I think that physically an interesting profile as well.
Milto Kia, I think I heard unfortunately the combine it wasn't necessarily, it may not have been his best, but the kid, I think he's an unfinished Adedokun. Like if you want to go through the development with Milto Kia, I think he still could have that kind of impact.
Quickly touching back just for our audience on Sean Smart, we've talked about Marboy a lot during this. Sean Smart was also at Clemson. He took the route of going USL Championship. He was with Las Vegas Lights this year, had a really good year. Recently, there was talk of him potentially going to Europe. So it's an interesting pick there by the Rapids. And if they can get him to the MLS, it's a guy that I think has big time upside, but obviously it's contingent on that fee, like Marboy.
Ethan Bollock also very productive for South Carolina this year. Well deserved.
Is Cole an international, Leon Cole?
Yeah. German Bayer Leverkusen Academy.
Colin Welsh as well at 67 in St. Louis. He had a really good year. Western Michigan was a big reason why they had so much success for a majority of the year. So obviously it's success at Memphis prior to that transfer as well. So interesting name there.
All right. We're flying. What do we got left here?
Okay. All updated on our end as well, it looks like.
Danny, you're putting in the work, my man. I appreciate it.
Have to. Here.
It's been a while. We're what are we? Almost 4 hours in here.
Jeez.
If you appreciate the live stream so far, all our hard work, Danny's fingers are being put to work with the spreadsheets there. Feel free to share it still. We still got a few more picks to go in the third round, and then we got some interviews, like I've mentioned before. A couple of the players are coming on, a couple insights. Hopefully we'll get one or two guys from some of the clubs, and then as well as some broadcasters and so on. I'm seeing a lot on Andre Cutler from Syracuse. What do we think? Any comments?
Just tough year for Syracuse.
Yeah.
I believe he's a Puerto Rican national team guy actually as well. So, I mean, could be some thought for them potentially. Obviously, I know the Rapids have honed in on taking international prospects, but obviously for Syracuse to build off.
Arthur Duquesne with CF Montreal at 73. That's what you saw as they refreshed.
Yeah, I'm getting that on my side as well. Okay, I'll pull that up here. And let's see if we've got... It seems to go... I saw someone in the chat say it sort of goes every 10 minutes, so...
Okay.
Oh, we've got... Do we have... Yeah, we're there already.
Watch out for Kason Goodman and Patrick Kozowski down the stretch.
Cullen, you have any insights from the... Is it where we are at here? I had something for you. Either of you have any from the UC Davis boys? When Ben.
Goodman, I think, is a guy that probably could go. Danny just mentioned him. Physically interesting profile. Davis play a very interesting system, very direct. So it would be interesting to see how that translates. Mark mentioned it earlier with Stanford. It's sometimes a difficult system to evaluate. I think Davis falls into a similar category in that perspective.
We
spoke
Perry to Seattle at 76.
I've got 71. Where are we here? I saw it pop up for a second. Yeah, mostly say. There we go.
Yeah, obviously national team background and physically very interesting profile. Definitely a little refined, and Penn State struggled this year by their standards, so that's an interesting pick there by Dallas. But I mean, was on the Olympic roster for Molly, so interesting pick there.
Let's see if we got nothing from the draft tracker quite yet.
I don't know if
Portland.
I'm hoping that Liam O'Gara got picked, but we'll see.
I got word Lucas Burns potentially to Portland later, so I had the team, just not the first round selection.
Did you guys talk about Sergio Ors Navarro yet?
So I went back and forth with him on the list, but I haven't talked about him on here, I don't think yet.
Okay. I was just like kind of recapping or like scrolling through the chat real quick. Yeah, so Sergio Ors Navarro for me, I think could follow the path of Garcia Pascual. He just seems like he'd be a better fit for going into La Liga and working with the second team, and then potentially finding a way in that route. Just to answer that question in the chat.
Yeah, he's from Castillo, an academy kid in Spain. So, I mean, I believe from my knowledge they're in the second division right now. Just got promoted. So, I mean, obviously that's a very, very good level, but definitely a possibility eventually.
Well, that might be why the celebration round 2, if Real Salt Lake got Liam O'Gara, the boys are heading out to Salt Lake. And that's a very, very good pick. He actually ran faster than Manu Dua at the showcase. I know Dua kind of had like a little bit of a knee tweak that he was still kind of bouncing back from, but like O'Gara's no slouch in the physical category. And like I said, I mean, from a deep lane playmaker's perspective, he's one of the best passers in college soccer from that position. So if that's, I know, well, let's see if that like pops up, but yeah. Yeah, Arthur Duquesne, he's a good little wing back. I've watched him a lot. I think the only real knock is that he's not maybe as strong in a back four defensively. So, and I think Cullen, you were saying, or one of you guys were talking about Montreal and the system that they run.
That's a back three with wing backs.
Yeah, so he fits that system, and so obviously as a prospect, that's a good pick. But keeping in mind that he's not going to be just this like crazy stud defender guy, but Patrick Grzycki. Did you guys mention him yet?
I don't think we mentioned him. I see Blama there. I see a 77. That's an interesting one. Physically, has a lot to work with. I think he just transferred from Mercer to Old Dominion. I want to say I don't think he's ready to make the jump to the next level yet, but physically, I mean, has everything you want and out 9. And Chase Terry was another guy I mentioned at the start here in my sleepers. And I think he's actually, in my opinion, a little bit similar to Alec Hughes and just the way they're built. And I think also had small American honors this year as well. I think he might be a guy that might benefit from going back to school for another year, but interesting profile.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Quorum Sports. I mean, I think they have like 5 guys in here. So, Kale, if you're watching, good job, buddy. I think Austin got a good sleeper in Patrick Grzycki. I saw him over the summer in person with Western Mass. Also, another shout out. I like that. If you're up in that area in the summer, go watch a Western Mass game. It's a good time. But yeah, he was a pretty good player up there, real speedy, kind of a big frame for a winger, but definitely has the speed to handle it. And not too many people talked about him at Rhode Island, or just based on a proximity. But solid pick up there. Matt Van Horn from North Pole, Alaska. Shattuck St. Mary, what a player from the most far reaches of the world. Very young too. So I was wondering if people would like pick him up, and evidently Colorado, sticking with the theme, they want only 04s and 05s apparently. Because
Ben Augie at 80 to Cincinnati is an interesting pick too. I mean, Gonzaga struggled a lot in their conference, but I think if you look at him physically, 6'3", covers a ton of ground, potentially could be a box-to-box guy, but I think needs a little more refinement, but it is interesting pick, especially this late in the draft.
Yeah, Fajita. That's actually kind of interesting based on, I think he's only a sophomore, but I don't know what his birth year is. But yeah, Takahiro Fujita, 2 guys last year, Rion Tori and Sukata, were drafted by Orlando. And Orlando had told or kind of made it known that they really respect kind of the Japanese culture and the difference, or like that value set. So they're just keeping the theme. That's why also I thought they were gonna gun for Charlie Harper if he was somehow to slip. But yeah, solid pickup there.
We've got Fujita is an 04.
Okay.
And we've got the rest of the picks on
really
MLS too.
All of them? Okay.
Yeah.
In the last segment of What Are You Drinking? Finally a Modelo.
There you go. What a way to end the night.
Far now.
I've switched up to Smart Water. Sorry, Cullen.
Yeah, I would say Farnas at 20, at 84 to New York City. I think that was a guy, at least Mark and I had going a little bit higher, but obviously a steal there for NYCFC. And then Nicholas
I'm
Sullivan
trying to.
pick in the draft too. That's an interesting one because he went the MLS Next Pro route, and now he's getting drafted, and at least he's getting drafted from it. So interesting pick there to finish off the draft.
Trying to get my draft tracker back up here.
You got mine. I'm
Where were we? We were at 82, I think. There we go.
Oh, wow. Nico Cavallo. Former Davidson
NYC.
guy. Yeah, former Davidson guy went out to UCLA for one last year. And then, yeah, some of the Marshall fans get their wish in Vukovic.
I was going to say that was another name that a lot of people mentioned there.
How many picks did RSL have? I feel like they almost had as many as Colorado.
Yeah, they had quite a few.
4?
They had 3 in the first round alone.
William Kolvik, Maryland center back, Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm looking in the chat here as well. Casper Spendy being undrafted is
Yeah.
a very interesting one. I think ability-wise, that one makes absolutely no sense. But
yeah. And Ibrahim Kande.
yeah,
Good.
other one.
I mean, he tested really well at the showcase. He's Canadian. I don't know. Maybe people, or maybe some of those teams thought that like they can bring him in. Like I already know that Toronto FC is interested. I think hopefully it materializes because I think he's probably one of the best right backs in the country in terms of college players, but he wasn't even on the list. So there's like guys that have slipped through the cracks on like draft eligible lists. So I don't know. We'll see how it all shapes out. I'm sure plenty of these players are going to be called up hopefully immediately by, USL Championship and or honestly like MLS teams circling back and trying to get undrafted contracts worked out.
Yeah, and I mean, just to remind the audience again, like, only a very small sector of these players sign guaranteed contracts, and the rest it's, as we've talked about, almost like a trial. So, I mean, guys coming in on undrafted are almost in the exact same spot as guys that are drafted.
Yeah, Bjornsson makes sense to be undrafted, to be honest, because he's still only a sophomore, and people probably want to see maybe a little bit more of a body of work before they bring him in. And, like, again, they're like out of the 490 players, only 90 of them go. So, like, it's just a very, very tough format.
RSL ended up having 8 picks. So they got, between them and the Rapids, it was basically the two of them. Was Sullivan spoken about? I feel like we had a few questions on him.
Yeah, he was. I alluded to him. He was at junior college on the West Coast. Was supposed to go to Cal State San Bernardino this year, D2, excuse me, and then did really well for ASMG, USL2. Shout out them, and went on trial with LAFC too. Obviously did well, signed there, and kept 3 goals in like 14 appearances to round out the season. Then obviously getting drafted here.
So I've counted up. Colorado looks like they've made 9 selections.
Okay, so they definitely competed there. 17 between the two of them.
Yeah.
Man.
Just look at I sorted them by list of team name by the city, and then I've got the draft pick next to them, so we can just look at them by teams.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. Let me pull that up here.
That was the benefit of doing the spreadsheet.
There we go.
Well, we got some feedback on Michael Adedukin from some Montreal fans. Wow, better than Duke already. Play him right now. They're talking about one of their midfielders.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to the Montreal fans. Charles, one of the guys that I've become kind of friends with over Twitter. I'm sure he's watching. Good little fan group up there. I'm gonna have to make my way this summer when it's not when it's not cold in the beginning of the year.
There we go. We got it pulled up here.
Yeah,
I think I almost need to. All right. Do you guys want to bring in? We've got Jake waiting. Jake Griffith. If we want to bring him in to discuss some of the picks and so on. I know he had quite a few points.
Sure. Yeah. Then I can get.
All right, let's do it.
And we can start.
Yeah, good idea.
Michael and Jason.
Jake, how's it going?
How are you all? Can you hear me?
Yep, all good.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. I wanted to make sure my setup was working. Well, hey, thank you all so much for having me on. This is exciting. This is fun.
It's good. I think you've beaten all of our setups combined. So quite the background and camera quality there. I love it.
Listen, I run on the side from all of my broadcasting ventures and my radio job. I run a small freelance production LLC. So I have all this equipment sitting. I actually have a Pelican case that's sitting right to my left over here. And my soccer broadcasting slate had been over for about 48 hours. And I was like, man, I'm bored already. Well, I should do something with my life. And instead of doing anything out, getting out, exploring Minneapolis, and I decided, you know what? I've got this extra bedroom in my house. I'm going to turn it into a studio. So at least I'm getting good use out of the money that I spent on this equipment.
I love it. I think if we just get things started from your perspective, if you want to give some background in terms of who you are and sort of the games that you've been watching, conferences you've been covering, and then what your thoughts were so far with some of the players that were picked.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those that don't know, I travel around the country and I broadcast college soccer. In the summer, I am the voice of a USL women's team, Minnesota Aurora FC. The largest community-owned women's soccer club in the United States. Let's go, Aurora. But during the fall, my entire fall is solely dedicated to college soccer. I work with 3 Division I schools, St. Thomas here in Minnesota, University of Virginia, and then Wisconsin Green Bay. I also am the voice of the Ohio Valley Conference men's soccer championships. And I've been calling college soccer since I graduated college back in 2017 at the ripe old age of 20. I got a job at Marshall University, and I spent 5.5 years of my career broadcasting what is now one of the best men's college soccer teams in the country. Marshall has turned into quite the powerhouse under Chris Grassi. But recently I launched a college soccer podcast where I just interview college coaches from all across the country. I only have 2 eyes, so it's hard, but I try to keep my eye on as much around the country as possible, not solely dedicated to 1 or 2 conferences. I think I jokingly, I think, said to one of you all earlier about on the phone, I think it was Chad on the phone, about, looking at the A10 and how Alec Hughes, who I thought was the best player in the country that nobody had heard of. That's what I've always said this season, is that, he's a guy that really stands out. His body of work is impressive. But that's who I am as a person. I also moonlight as a producer over at 1500 ESPN Twin Cities. So I try to stay busy. Busy is good, right? Busy is good for what we want to do with our lives.
Nothing wrong with that. I love it. I saw, especially from the Marshall side, if you want to give that story that you were telling me earlier, it's cool to hear about the ring and so on from that perspective. And we had a few decent picks here from Marshall itself. So I don't know if you want to touch on those or just any of the other ones that you had in mind as well throughout the draft tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Marshall days, I've been gone from Marshall for I left in October 2022, but I started at Marshall at the same time as Chris Grassi, actually. So it was cool to watch. He came in and built the program to what it is now. I remember I think it was the first home game we had that I broadcast. They played EIU all the way back in 2017. And if I remember correctly, I think they lost to Eastern Illinois, or they played to a draw with Eastern Illinois. So it's been wild to see how, you go from that. And then, of course, the year before Chris got the job there, Marshall didn't even qualify for the conference tournament that they hosted. And now, they're regarded as one of the 10 best programs in the country. They are a legitimate powerhouse. I know I haven't talked to Chris since the national championship game, but I know that's a heartbreaking way to lose. Vermont was the team of destiny. Vermont's run very similar to what we saw with Marshall in 2020. I know everybody makes a big deal about, Marshall was an unseeded team. As we all know, because of COVID, they didn't have 16 seeds. They only had 8 seeds. I firmly believe that had it been a normal year, Marshall would have been one of the top 16 seeds in the country. But for that tournament, they were unseeded. They go on, they knock out Clemson, who was the best team in the country that year in college soccer, undoubtedly, and they go on to win the national championship. You take down blue bloods like Indiana and North Carolina en route to that. Vermont's run very similar to what we saw, with this Vermont team. I know you all talked to one of the Vermont coaches. We saw 2 Vermont Catamounts picked back-to-back in this MLS draft. I mean, they really were the team of destiny, and it was so great to see Vermont and Rob Dow, come out on top. As much as it hurts from the friendship side of being friends with Chris Grassi and wanting to see him succeed, as a lover of soccer and specifically college soccer, you love stories like this. We see it in March Madness from time to time, right? The Cinderella. And I know the catchphrase for Vermont was not underdogs, just dogs. And I mean, they had some great players on that roster. Yaniv Bazzini comes to mind. Sidney Wathuta, the American East midfielder of the year, another guy who has gone off the board. But I know Lineker Rodriguez dos Santos taken by RSL. Real Salt Lake, kind of a run on forwards in this MLS draft. You go through their Twitter account and you see the fans are like, when are we going to select somebody on the defensive side? They ultimately do go get a couple defensive guys as the draft carries on. But Lineker Rodriguez dos Santos is such an interesting guy because I actually got a chance to see him in a Memphis shirt 2 years ago before he transferred to Marshall. And he was playing Green Bay. They made the return trip up to Aldo Santaga Stadium in Wisconsin. And he had just an effortless multiple point night. If I remember correctly, it was a brace he had against Green Bay. And that was the Green Bay team 2 seasons ago that made it to the NCAA tournament under Jeremy Bonomo, who is now at his alma mater at Northeastern. But I remember walking away from that game and being so blown away by Lineker Rodriguez dos Santos. I mean, just such an impressive guy. That season, he goes on to win the American Player of the Year award. And then Marshall lost so much talent. I mean, just recently, Alvaro Garcia Pascual, the Coastal Carolina transfer, debuts in La Liga. I mean, to give you an idea of the kind of talent that Chris Grassi is able to bring in from across the country, or from across the world, I should say. This guy debuts in La Liga. But, players like an Adam Almesh leave, goes on to USL Championship. And they reload by getting this guy in Lineker Rodriguez dos Santos to this Marshall program. And I know looking at the final, people are going to look at that championship final and say, well, he didn't do much. He wasn't very impressive. He was carrying the injury. Yes, he didn't have a spectacular championship final, but 14 goals this season. I mean, such an impressive player. And, you look in this draft class, I know that there are points of strength all across the class. But to me, I feel like on the offensive side, specifically up front, we have some real dynamic goal scorers in this draft class. I'm from St. Louis, so I love to see that, St. Louis City SC takes Emil Jääskeläinen. It comes from, such a impressive background. His father, a former Bolton Wanderer for so long. He was actually born in Bolton. But this is a guy, and I heard Devin Kerr say this during the halftime of the College Cup final broadcast when they were breaking down Mac Hermann Trophy finalists. I mean, I'm not sure there's a college player that has as good of a nose for goal as Emil Jääskeläinen. I broadcast the College Spring League in the offseason hosted by the Columbus Crew. Akron is a part of that. I know Jared Imbick, very, very high on Emil Jääskeläinen, and I think he is going to win the Mac Hermann Trophy. I think he is the best player in college soccer. 22 goals, led the country. And, St. Louis, they're blessed with a bunch of players who have umlauts in their names, and every single A in Emil Jääskeläinen's name has an umlaut on it. So they might have to spend some GAM money to buy some more umlauts for the backs of the jerseys there in my home city of St. Louis. But I think that's a great pick. I was kind of surprised that Alec Hughes goes off the board kind of late. He goes to LAFC. We know LAFC is spoiled with riches on the offensive side of things. Obviously, their team that has Olivier Giroud on their roster. So it might be hard for Alec Hughes to find some playing time. I was really looking, to be honest with you, at that number 5 spot. I know New England trades out of the 5 spot with San Jose. They drop back, ultimately move back into number 18 and take their guy. But to me, had New England opted to stay in that 5th spot in the draft, I feel like that would have been a slam dunk place, not just because of the geography. Alec Hughes plays in Amherst, at UMass, but I think it makes sense too, the way he would fit in with that 4-2-3-1 formation that New England, the Revs, like to run, but also the fact this is a New England team that they scored the fewest goals in MLS last season, 37 goals a season ago. And Alec Hughes is one of the most dynamic goal scorers in the country with 16 goals scored to his credit. And I felt like coming into this draft, as good as Emil Jääskeläinen is, Alec Hughes is probably the most pro-ready first-team player in this entire draft. As we know, a lot of these guys that are going to get drafted, especially in the later rounds, they might see time at Next Pro. They might get loaned to a USL Championship side to get that true experience. But a guy like Alec Hughes is the real deal. I mean, I remember talking to Fran O'Leary, his head coach at UMass, on the touchlines ahead of that Virginia match that they upset the Cavaliers. And, one thing he said, everybody focuses on Alec Hughes' offensive ability, but it's the way he makes everybody better around him. And those are skills that translate to the next level. Again, not just finding goals, but how you can benefit a team at large, how you can make the players around you better. Those are the skills that coaches really look for at this next level.
I'll just dive in here quickly. You mentioned, first of all, thank you, a ton of great insight from the draft itself. I'm curious from the MLS side, who do you think wins it? I know we had a ton of picks from RSL, a ton of picks from Rapids, but I'm curious, just because of the amount of picks, it doesn't necessarily mean that can actually bring them to the next level. So I'm curious, overall, who did you think won there tonight?
I thought Colorado had a really, really good draft, and I'm going to look at a guy like Sidney Wathuta that we talked about earlier here in this. I mean, he's the American East midfielder of the year. I remember on my College Cup preview show, I had Ryan Zimmerman, the voice of the Vermont Catamounts, on, and one thing he said is Sidney Wathuta is such a calming presence in the midfield, but he's such a gritty player too, and he has a great eye for the field. He has great vision, great IQ. He can really set things up. Real nice table setter in the midfield. So I think Rapids, they get a huge pickup there with a guy like that. Of course, a couple picks before that, they take Aurora, the midfielder out of University of Portland. And so you have to like what Colorado does, right? I mean, I think they undoubtedly get an A grade in this draft, especially for what they do in the first round.
I've got one here from the audience as well. Jake, can you talk for a second on Sam Bassett?
That's Cullen's area.
Sam Bassett from Denver. I love the Denver Pioneers. I love the Summit League. I think, honestly, from a college perspective, the Summit League does not get its true due as for how good of a league it is. I mean, we saw 2 teams get to the Sweet 16 and beyond this year. Kansas City loses to Pitt ultimately, but Denver goes on to the College Cup. But I think Sam Bassett is such a fascinating player. What Denver was able to do and how he kind of led the way there for this Denver Pioneers team. I think that is I have to like him. I think he is a great player that will make an impact in his career at the MLS level at some point in his career.
Cullen, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, I mean, I know the Rapids have his rights, and that's being worked through. I'll leave it at that. I mean, obviously, he's had an extremely successful college career. I mean, the Rapids know the Bassett really well. We mentioned the Dorseys earlier in this podcast. They came through the Rapids at some point as well. I mean, the Bassett's, Cole came when he was 16. I think Sam came when he was 15, 14. So I think, that's being worked out. I'll leave it at that. But obviously Sam's had a really successful career in his own right, and I think we'll have a lot of opportunities to push on to the next level, whatever that'll be.
If I haven't,
one of the I mean,
oh, go for it.
I was going to say, and Bassett, one of the most dynamic, not just goal scorers, but all around, players in terms of offense in this College Cup. I mean, Yaniv Bazzini was responsible for, so much on the offensive side for this Vermont team. He scored in every game during this NCAA tournament. But Sam Bassett, right behind him there, is the second leading point getter during the College Cup. So, I mean, an impressive guy in his own right.
Last one here. We've got a few questions on Okiyoshi from Marshall not getting picked. Thoughts, and do we think we could see something maybe in the offseason where he goes on to the next level?
I like Taimu Okiyoshi. I think he did a lot in that midfield of helping Marshall keep its shape during this NCAA tournament run. I am a little surprised that he doesn't come off the board. But I think we could see, I don't have this on any authority, of course, but I think, I think he's too good of a player to not have a home at the end of the day. I mean, he has been crucial to a lot of Marshall's success over these last couple seasons. I mean, Marshall, the #1 overall seed 2 seasons ago, they get to the College Cup final this year, and a big credit to that is Taimu Okiyoshi. And for Marshall, that is a lot where things start in that